Sound dead. First Carlton. 10. I get that one. It's for real. Everything I do for real. Let's see. It's probably gonna be slow, but it's late night. It's late night, late night. Let's see. I need to do this first. Alright, let me see if I can bring this up like this. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? What's up, Kat? What's up, PNK? What's up, Empress? Oh, I never said I wasn't coming on. I definitely said I was gonna be on later. But yeah, I don't expect too many people to pop up in here, but I didn't want it to do some other videos I was requested to do as far as the information that people are missing. I'm just talking low. My volume's not necessarily low. Also, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I checked my videos. It's your phone. Not trying to be rude, but it's your phone. Cause I went back and listened to it. That shit is loud. Okay, I was just going to bed and saw a notification. I expect a lot of y'all to be in the bed. I don't expect none of y'all to be here. What's up, baby sis? Yeah, I really don't expect y'all to be on. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's crazy. We already got 10 on YouTube. Hey, check y'all out. It's Friday, bro. Yeah, y'all supposed to be at the club. Am I missing something? Y'all asses don't go to the club no more. Y'all ain't not beating nothing up. Just in here. Single life or married life. Y'all supposed to be doing something. Y'all old. Man, stop it. Ain't none of y'all 80. 80 is old. That's when you can say you actually old. I was just talking to Simple. He said he was watching the other video. I'm too old. Man, stop lying, man. It's not old. I don't see no. I mean, you might have a wig on, but that wig don't look like a 83-year-old wig. I don't see no grays, predominant grays in there. I don't even see no pepper in there. I would have stopped playing with me. 43 years old when you party hard in your 20s, look. I can't even argue with you. Those days are gone for you, Empress, man. Y'all stop lying. You Caribbean. Stop lying. Stop lying. Because Caribbeans don't know how to stop partying. So stop lying now. I wasn't born yesterday. I know y'all like to think I'm dumb, but it's okay. I'm not. I'm not that dumb. Kind of dumb, but I ain't that dumb. I seen you guys send me some stuff. Oh, so did y'all see that there's a list out for the creators that they're gonna go after first? Hey, are we on Facebook? Hell no, I'm not on Facebook. I don't mess with Mark. I barely got an Instagram. I can't even lie to you. I deleted my Instagram, the one I did have for like years. I got rid of it. If you're asking if we're on the Red app, we are definitely on the Red app. Because we definitely are close to hitting that 4,000 hour mark. So yeah, we finna just. I literally told myself just go ahead and knock it out tonight. I mean, I was gonna go live anyway, but I was just gonna do it on TikTok. Um, what's up, Simple? There you are. So like, damn, this man just said he was waiting for the live. I'm about to head over to the tube. Okay. Respect it. Love y'all for it. Always in the day. What's up, darling? How y'all doing? KB right over fit. See, I like y'all. Y'all loyal. I else with it. What's up, Miss Hawkins? How you doing? So we're gonna do a little bit more deep dive into everything. This is more like what I'll be doing for my research anyway. Um, because I'm really kind of curious about the Ava thing. But I need to make. Let me make a Facebook though. I'm gonna make a Facebook for Dummy Talk. That's what I need to do. You keep doing this goofy shit. Why you keep trying to put my name on here, man? I don't want my name on here. We're gonna go. Oh, they probably gonna shut down this account as soon as I do it. Um, I do not know Lady D. Okay, I'm gonna say I do not know what I'm supposed to be looking at. Kiwi Lady D. Okay, okay. I was like, what? Tiffany, you heading over to YTC? Look at y'all. Y'all starting to get it. Nah, I can't hear you over here. You gotta turn whatever device you on. You gotta turn it up. You gotta turn that thing up. That's all it is. You just gotta raise your volume because I promise you, it's loud as hell. It's loud as hell. Your volume's up and it's low. Let me check it. Well, then if I do check it, then I kind of can't check it. This is why I need another device. I mean, I have one, but I don't feel like turning that one on. My laptop over there is broke. Yeah, I can't even. Shoot, I forgot to go get learned. Y'all so funny. I'm squinting trying to hear. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It might be time for a new phone, guys. Is YouTube better? In my opinion, YouTube is better. You can see everything better. Let me show you. Hold on. How do I change this shit over? I really feel like an old person. I'm not gonna lie to you. There we go. So like on YouTube, I can actually. Well, hold on. Let me get out of that. On YouTube, I can actually switch it where y'all can get like the full screen on everything rather than just how we be rocking out over here. You know. You said you're going to YouTube like right now, or you're making a Facebook page. I have locate. I'm not gonna make the Facebook right now. I'm probably have to make a fucking business page because it keep wanting to show my personal name. Yeah, nah. It's loud and over here and low on YouTube. I don't know, man. Look, when like I said, I went back and reviewed the footage. It sounded perfect. So, I mean, you're hearing me on my phone, so I'll stay here. I ain't gonna be over here for long, so good luck. My phone on 18%. That's how I'm doing y'all from now on. It's like a free trial now on TikTok. Not you for sure. I hear you clear here. It's good on the TV. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know how y'all got y'all set it. Maybe y'all got like a back. Look, do this. Close all your apps out completely because I know like if I'm in Discord or anything, it'll lower the voice of everything. It's certain apps will take your audio and it'll lower it. So you may have to close all your apps down and then bring it back up. What's up, Carla? That's a suggestion. So, um, but we need 14 more people. Can we get 14 more people? I doubt we get 14 more people in here. I try to start when y'all have 50. But I don't know if we're going to get 14 more people, though, because it is late. We got 45 over here. I see my dog. What's up, Kenya? What's up, Kizzy? What's the topic tonight? I'm doing more so research tonight. So I want to go over the Ava stuff. That's why I needed freaking Facebook. Because I need to go look at everybody's stuff. What's up, Casino? We on YT on the Red app. I don't really care to read anything else about these garbage bags. Tell us the list, please. Well, the list is Ava Dellinger. That's like one of the main names we're looking into. What's up, Brittany? Yeah, Ava Dellinger. Apparently they were close too. Yep, here go Javon. Yeah, Facebook is a snitch. I do not. You know what? I got a better idea. I got such a better idea because Facebook trying to out me. Let's do it this way. I swear. What's up, DJ? Y'all. So, quick question: do y'all know who Aaron I can't say the man's last name. He got a crazy last name to me. Pinellas. What's up, Kenya? Facebook is such a snitch. On my mama, she is. You been on live since I woke up yesterday. What's that line? You a goddamn lie. I have not been on live that damn much. And if I have, now I'm finna take a 3-day hiatus. See, I can't say name Paneras. See, I even want to say Panera, like Panera bread. The funny thing is, I got a friend suggestion for a Wyatt Pirate. That's crazy. That's funny and crazy. Yeah, it won't let me look up any information on anybody. Let me just create something. I'm gonna name myself John Dummy. They gonna shut this account immediately down. But anyway, he was in our live earlier. Yeah, I'm on the red app. Loki only need one more person before I start, but I guess technically we require everybody to use the actual name. Okay, my name is John Wilkes Booth. If you know, you know. I can't say the man's name, but he was in our live earlier today. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why I was like, oh my God, Aaron. He didn't comment or anything, but you know, it tells you when people hop up in your live. Yeah, he hopped in here. I don't think he stayed long. He stayed for like a couple minutes. I really wasn't talking about nothing, so it wasn't a real need. We need to discuss those cameras in the video. That's not really a big thing that I mean, I get it, but what can I really talk about with the cameras? You know? Like, I get it. I'm not saying it's not important, but I am kind of saying that I don't. There's nothing that we're gonna get from it by talking about it. I promise you, I just can't say the man's name. Man, let me hop on the red app. Yeah, we over here. Yeah, everybody name I can't say. That's why I be coming up with nicknames for people, because I'm not gonna lie to you. People be having some creative names. Parents be getting real deal creative with this shit. Good one, Tristan. Hold on. I gotta get my confirmation code, because they only gonna let me use this made up account for like 5 minutes, and then they gonna shut this bitch down. 09392. All right, we got 51. We're gonna go ahead and start. So we'll probably do like an hour or two, and then we should meet our goal for YouTube. But like I said, I want to do some studying anyway, 'cause there's some information that I really want to figure out about this whole thing. A lot of things are just not sitting right with me, and since they want to make people live miserable, well, shit, let's do the same thing. I still feel like it's very interesting to me, kinfolk, that they posted Nolan, but they never posted Nolan's GoFundMe or whatever it is, right? Mind you, these are supposed to be his friends. The guys went back to the island today. Yeah, they did. So what's up, Casino? I see you, my boy. Um, was their first name for the ODOM list in the report? Ooh, I don't know what ODMOM is. Maybe I'm already getting tired. I'm just tripping, but yeah, I don't. You gotta sound it out for me. Sound it out. All right. So this is Ava. How many of you were in the live earlier? That way I kind of know. We're doing a little bit of research, and obviously the video, if you looked at the thumbnail, is still. What's up, SD? It's talking about It's talking about I really want to go back over that Cajun Navy report because that shit was just crazy to me. I went on all of their Instagrams. I was gonna screenshot and send it to. Hey, you always can. Trust me. I think I get, and I'm not even exaggerating to y'all. I probably get like 100 messages, and so I go through them every day. I make sure I answer. I may not answer you guys, but at least I'll double click it. Cause usually, if I just double click it and I give y'all like a heart, that means like I've seen it, and it's the fastest way for me to like acknowledge everyone that I've seen it. Um, but like I've not. I usually try to respond to whoever like sends it to me first, and I might have a little bit of a dialogue. Sometimes I don't even have a dialogue. I'll double click that bitch and be like, I seen it. I promise you, I seen it. I'm not ignoring you. Keep sending it. But if I was to sit here and respond to all 100 messages, I don't think I would get to everybody. Um, and then two, like I've even gotten to the point where I don't respond to all of the comments because it's overwhelming at this point. Especially when like one of the posts like pops off, it is extremely overwhelming. And my like literally to the point like my fingers, I want to say for a couple days went numb from constantly. You get what I'm saying? Like it just became too much to constantly keep typing and so yeah, don't take it as me being disrespectful. If y'all leave a comment on something, I still want you to comment. Obviously, engage with the people on the post, but yeah, it's hard. All I can say is it's select friends that have LLNW. Oh, long live Nolan Wells, but ones that have been on interviews and don't, and that's involved. Right, Karan and Odom were the last names on the report. Was there a first name for Odom? Let's see. What's up, Tanya? What's up, Kesia? That's how I say your name, right? Kesia? Where is everyone? I mean, it's pretty even. We got 57 on the red app, and then we got 52 over here. But some people are double watching. For whichever reason. I don't mind either way. So Ava is, I believe, what's the other app? YouTube. I believe Ava is Warren's girlfriend. Sorry, I blanked for a moment. I definitely blanked for a moment. Now, just with a thumbs up or thumbs down, who was in the live earlier today? Just so I know what I need to kind of go back over before I start digging into things. You can just put a thumbs up, you were here, thumbs down, you weren't here. I feel like Casino wasn't in here earlier. Yeah, Casino, I think you might have been the only one that wasn't in here. Titus, you were in here. Okay, Thomas wasn't in here. Okay, now we got 3 people. So if it's 3 people, I do got to recap. Otherwise, I would try to keep it short. I'll still keep it short. Won't do it as long. Mommy, you weren't in here either. Bev, you weren't in here either. Okay. All right. If you guys want to, you can hop over to YouTube, and I'm over there as well. So let me go ahead and make this bigger for everyone so they can read along. So that's the reason why we're on YouTube, and so you guys can actually read everything in full screen instead of hitting that squinty eye, squinting everywhere. I'll just catch. You can always watch the previous live too, because it's always on here. All right. Oh damn, it's a lot of y'all that wasn't hearing her. Okay, cool. It's okay. So first piece of information that we're gonna go over, that is a part of our research, is the shit. Excuse me. Is one of the kinfolk, Miracle. She sent us a theory, and again, it's not fact. And when I show Ava's name, it's nothing personal. We're just doing our research. Unfortunately, it's public information, so not much that anyone can do about it. Or I mean, you can do something about it, but it ain't gonna hold up in court. Oh well, so sad. When? Anyway, so basically the theory is, and again, this is all allegedly, is why we're doing the research to figure out if there's any credence to this allegedly. You feel like you're like you're in class. I'm sorry. You say there's an echo? There shouldn't be an echo. Does anybody else have an echo on YouTube? Not on TikTok, but on YouTube? No echo? I have to figure that out because everybody has a different experience with YouTube. I'm really not understanding that. Not now it was for okay. It may just be how I'm saying it, man. I don't put you on the TV. Mama, we made it to the TV. He probably has TikTok in the background. Okay, I'm finna say I have TikTok in the background, but y'all shouldn't be able to hear it. What's up, guys, daughter? Okay, so we're just gonna read it. Go ahead and move on. We got 68. Thank you for coming over to YouTube. TikTok. Like I said, I'm on here until it goes away, but you're more than welcome to join us on YouTube. Can you get to the point? Oh, rude. I didn't never get to the point in here. You must be new. Are you even following me to be making demands? Yay, nay, no? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Respectfully. I would never tell a grown-ass man what to do. Just respectfully. Because then you're just going to make me do this and drag it on even more. Because I'm hard-headed. My mom could tell you that. I'm hard-headed. I don't listen to shit. I listen to me. So, okay? You might be new here. I'm sorry. I can be very, very nice, mean, nasty. Okay, so I don't know if this helps or not, but Ava Dellinger is where they went to the pool party that night. Well, Ava's mom is Evelyn Dellinger. So let's go do a little look real quick. So Ava, this is, I'm assuming Ava. All right, this is, I'm assuming, allegedly, the girlfriend of, well, I don't know if this is Warren's girlfriend. I don't see Warren anywhere in these pictures. Y'all see Warren anywhere in these pictures? I don't know. None of these. So I don't know if Ava. So that might be our first fact check. Why are we leaving TikTok? Because you will only see my face on TikTok. I am on YouTube. If you want to see what I'm looking at, what I'm actually talking about, you have to go on YouTube. Get these thugs off the screen. we trying to fact check things right now, Casino. So I don't know who Ava necessarily is then. Because I'm not, it looks like Wyatt. I see a connection to Wyatt. Is that fair? Because I would say, I don't know. Is this Wyatt here, guys? Or do y'all know who this is? I have no idea who this is. Any idea? Ava Caron. Oh, so it's not Dellinger. Kitty cat. See, I'm just trying to fact check a theory because I don't want to put out false information. Okay, so I have the last name wrong. Okay, so it's not Ava. See, Ava, that's why we weren't trying to blame you for nothing, because then I would be wrong. Okay, Robert Caron. All right, so this is Robert. I don't see nothing about it. Oh, this is Portland, Oregon. I don't even know what this. Okay, yeah, we just all over the place. This is why I do shit offline. I ain't even gonna lie. This is exactly why I do shit offline. Okay, computer, what's going on? You freezing? There we go. Yeah. Okay, so here's a Ava married to Connor. It doesn't say where. British Columbia, teacher. I don't think this is the person either. Man, look, I don't. She probably did. I don't watch her videos. Um, that is not allowed in my house, unfortunately. So I don't watch her videos. I encourage you guys to, you know. Wrong spelling, spell it for me, guys. How's it spelled? Because Ava is definitely Dellinger is in Mississippi for sure, but all the Ava Carons I'm getting are not. That's Canada's address. Yeah, it didn't look American. YouTube not letting me comment. That's how I spelled it. Carron. So yeah. I'm not sure. I've never understood why people take like pictures with their face opposite way with like their back to the camera. That's how I know I'm getting old. Well, that went through. I thought Ava was Nolan's ex according to his mom. Oh, so Ava is Dellinger is Nolan's. Okay. Let me read it to you guys, so maybe you can figure it out better than I can. Let's just do that. Let's read through the entire thing, and maybe we can figure out. Because obviously, Ava Dellinger knows the boys. Like I said, she was, you know, RIP Nolan, because this is Nolan right here. I'm asking for any videos or... This is so weird to me. How can you support both sides? Am I tripping? Can you support both sides? Like, can you be for the enemy and the... Lord help me. I be so confused. I'm trying to research. I might have the dots to link Odom and the captain. Cause okay, we're just gonna read the what's on here. Okay. I'm asking for any videos or photos from yesterday from Horn Island that may have Nolan in them. Also, I appreciate all the love and support. We are a bit overwhelmed. Please PM me only if you have details about yesterday or if it is a news outlet. You get what I'm saying? So this was July 5th, obviously before Nolan was found. Right? And then, so we click out of this. Mind you, she even posted this, updated. Please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was West Tip, north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. Wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It is unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you've seen him or have information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. Screenshot. That's evidence. That's not evidence, kinfolk. Am I tripping? Am I not tripping? This was on July 5th. She put two different times. Am I tripping? It literally says updated. Please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip, north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. 7-4. Wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It's unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you have seen him or have information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back this up. I'm so sorry. You definitely can't. That's the whole point of being on YouTube, so you guys can see it. This message right here. That is interesting. No, there was no interview, Queen. This is on the. She originally wrote this on the 4th, but she updated it on the 5th. All right, what's up, Tia? I thought someone credited it too. It was like he was wearing black shorts. This I don't know about this saying anything about some black shorts, but that's just interesting that you, cause wasn't it that the last time they seen Nolan was at 4:30, but now it's at or around 4 p.m., which is literally when the boats left. So was Ava there? Can you click the three dots and see the edits? Let me see. View edit history. And the plot gets thicker. Oh my god, y'all missing this on YouTube. I can't even lie. This is already getting wild tonight. I was not expecting this. This is a little of a bombshell. Again, Ava, I don't think you're guilty of anything, but this is very curious. I think I probably would have deleted this post. Not gonna lie to you. But I'm definitely gonna screenshot it for you, Shotty. Screenshot! So even if you delete it, I got it. Yeah, Ava was on the boat with Katie. Are we sure about that, Karen? What time did she message on the 4th? So I might have lied. It was all on July 5th. But her first one was please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip, north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. Please message me if you've seen him. So it's 3 p.m. on this one. And then she edited it again. It says, please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip, north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. July 4th, wearing black shorts and sunglasses. It is unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you've seen him. So you were right, Gabby. Shout out to you. Ooh, you got a good little noggin. I mean that in a good way. Noggin was the good word, because if I would have used the other word, that would have sounded bad. That would have sounded really, really bad. What day? She did it on July 5th. And then there's another edit, which is the last one, updated. Please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip, north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It is unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you've seen him or have information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. So your post changed 4 times on the 5th. She changed it to the 5th, but it says black, but then it changes it to blue, which is the final post that is current now. Sorry. Let me shrink this again, guys, so you can see. So here's all 3 posts. But I'm saying, how, if somebody gives you information, how does it keep changing that many times? I don't get it. I don't get it. So he never made it out of water. I right casino. That's a little suspicious. Star, I don't know. It's confusing me. Like playing a game of telephone. It, that's excuse me. That's exactly how you could explain it. The times was what W said in the interview. Well, Warren said 3 and 4:30. This says at or around 4 p.m., which is, the boat started leaving around 3:23, and they said that like around that area, that and four, mind you, the uh the call happened, so that means Warren's changed his shit too. Well, it says four too. It says at or around four. So she starts out with three, but then it goes to four. What did the autopsy say about? What did they say about the autopsy today? Nothing. There's nothing been said about the autopsy. Nothing I'm aware of. Y'all heard anything about the autopsy? Nolan was last pinged in the middle of the Gulf. That was his phone though, and they said that he left his phone on the boat. So anyway, I'm getting stuck on this. We can keep this in our backside. It's interesting to me. It is. I won't sit here and say it's not interesting. The girl read the report and said she reached out because she noticed they had it wrong. Look, at this point, I don't want to speculate on this because that's just dangerous in general. I'm just gonna say right now, it's just weird because three is a specific time, and then she doesn't change that three. She puts four. So again, there goes that contradicting statement. Because if the last time he was seen, they even said the last time he was seen, not that that's when Warren and them left. That's a little bit differently. I mean, different. Like, again, let's read it. Please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip, north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. Wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It's unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you have seen him or have information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. Again, she could have got the black shorts wrong. I'm okay with that. I can get past that. We getting stuck on the black shorts. Again, that could be just an honest mistake. But the time goes from 3 to 3 in the second message to 3 and now whereabouts between 3 and 4. Or do you have any information about his whereabouts or after 4 p.m.? So now we know you're being fed information. That just sounds suspicious. You're kidding me, sir. She is asking for info that she was given from the folks that saw him on Horn Island. Black shorts, blue shorts. He never had black shorts, so again, that's a little bit irrelevant to me. Dondria, or however you say your name. But the issue is the times are changing. Times don't change when you're looking for somebody. Here's my main issue. It's not even the times changing. Last seen. What did the Cajun Navy say in their report? The last time he was seen was at 3:23. The last time a boat was seen leaving that he was on was at 4:31, which was the Triton. So that becomes the issue for me, is that this is on the 5th. The mom said last time they seen him because they were leaving was at 3, but now we know that's not true because they left at 4:30, and Warren said the last time they seen him was at 4:30 because it was the difference of, again, it's their story. I'm going off of Warren's story. They've called us a whirlpool of confusion for no reason. There is a crime investigation, always includes the timelines, which includes a range of the time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. That's false. They never claimed there's a 5 p.m. timeline because he wasn't on the island. Let me go ahead and debunk that now for you. Now, the things that I do know, I will stand confidently on that, and I will go ahead and debunk that. That is a misunderstanding. So I do implore you to take some time and go back and read these notes. But this is where that contradicts what you just said right here completely. So, Matthew Lamp states the passenger was pretty certain a person was part of a group that was almost fighting around 5 p.m. He says Bertram with the blue top left shortly afterward and fast, not believed to be a factor at this time. Melissa Thomas disputes the identification, states a different young man was with her group, and says they spoke to the boys, one of whom had an entire bottle of vodka. All right. Which could be Javon, but we don't know. We can't prove that, but it's not Nolan. And here's the picture that was taken at 4:50, so around 5 o'clock, that they were trying to say is Nolan. That's not Nolan whatsoever. Okay, what I'm saying is that's not stated in this report at all. So if you give me the page number where it states that, I'll go back and read it. But I think the way you convey things and the way that I understand things may be two completely different things. But I'm here to respectfully tell you that that's wrong because it doesn't say that in the report. Otherwise, give me the page and I'll be glad to read it and apologize if I'm wrong. I have no problem with that, you know. But that's not what's stated. The time of interest they state is 3:23 to 4:27. That's been their investigation time. That I know for a fact. Like they make that very clear, which again authenticate the 3:23 and 4:27 media determine whether those times are event times, post times, or screen recording times. So that's one time they mention it. The evidence presently supplied does not answer the most important question: what happened during the uncooperated interval immediately before the asserted 4:31 departure of the boat of which Nolan arrived at Horn Island. So the latest time you're going to get is 4:31. They already debunked the 4:50 and 5 o'clock stuff, so there's no interest in those times whatsoever. Okay, Dondria, here's a little bit of advice for me. If you haven't read something to its entirety, I would do so first before speaking on it. I think that's the correct thing to do. And I could be wrong on that, but I just think that's the correct thing that we should do. Is we shouldn't speak on things unless we've read it. It's like me speaking on a book that I've never read or I've read pieces of, right? If I haven't read it to its entirety, then there's no real way that I can voice any type of opinion on it. Now, if you've read it and you voice an opinion, because then you know what's in there versus what's not in there, then we can actually have a conversation. But if we're just kind of speaking out our ass, some of us will kind of lose respect for your credibility, because I would think that we would, because some of us have spent a lot of time studying this stuff at this point. So I'm speaking on the investigation from the lawyer, sir, not the specific report, but you have to read all the information present. And then when you read all the information present, then you can have an opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of us are saying that we're right. But in order to have a valid opinion, one must know the information. Because I'm trying to speak from, I don't even know what attorneys have spoken on this at all. Have any attorneys spoken on the Cajun Navy report? Do y'all know? That I don't know. And if they have, they have. That's okay. But I don't trust an attorney as it is. I need to read. I don't trust nobody when it comes to shit. I want to read it myself. Anyway, getting sidetracked. So the main story of this is we're really trying to figure out what's going on with Ava. Ava has wrote this post, and that's what makes it suspicious to me, because again, when we go to Christine Wells, or not Christine Wells, but Judge, right? Ashley Cole, right? Let's go to Ashley Cole's page. Ashley Cole. Ava home is where Dad went and got his keys. I thought, you know, I don't even know where Dad went. I can't speak to that. Ava is Wyatt's girlfriend or stepsister. I'm trying to figure that out. Don Lemon, but he's not an attorney to my knowledge. No, Don Lemon is a journalist, background in communications, I believe. She proud of getting people arrested for making deed threats, but not advocating for people to get arrested making deed threats against Miss Wells. But that's supposed to be your buddy, right? Yeah, so slight work. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. What I missed? None much yet, Sheba. I'm getting into it, but we are just doing some research right now to try to fact check some things. Don Lemon had the Cajun Navy report. Yeah, I think we all got it from TMZ, unfortunately. I hate that information is being released to TMZ exclusively. I still don't understand that. Mississippi is pissing you out. Yeah, yeah. So this comes my other problem, right? Because these times, and I get it, it could be a whole bunch of different things going on, but it just doesn't make sense. But it says no one in our family in any way is trying to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 when the boat was taking on water and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made the decision to stay on the island, return inland with another group of friends. Now, I noticed another lie with the judge. And sorry, Judge Ashley Cole, you can come out to me. You can come out to me too. I don't care that you are a judge, but you lied in this as well, and I'm gonna peep out another lie. We've already seen a lot of lies inside of this. Is that a picture of Nolan on her page? It's a picture of. But I'm not letting you up here. It's a picture of Nolan, but the picture of Nolan is about somebody threatening Judge Ashley Cole. So she's not putting it up there as like, and that's what's crazy. None of these people have put up the GoFundMe for their friend, after her mother has had a tragic event. So it's a little bit weird. But Ashley Cole in this line, and this is what I'm just gonna read this one little line. And we're gonna talk about it, but we're gonna move on from it as well. They left around 4:30 when the boat was taking on water and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. I'm going to highlight the part I'm talking about, kinfolk. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. If, and I'm just going by what Warren said, if Tristan is gone, that friend group is no longer there. Javon said he didn't see Nolan and didn't know where Nolan was at, so there was no contact with Javon and Nolan. If the Palm Beach was gone, and if the Triton and Tideline were gone, what group of friends was he gonna return with? Was it another group of friends we don't know about? Because then that would open them up to be suspects. I'm just being transparent here. If I want to be objective, that would open them up to being suspects. Because maybe, again, it doesn't make sense. But who was the other group of friends? So the only way that the mom would know that, are they trying to say Katie's friends? But Katie, here's the problem. Warren would have had told the police all of this, which means he would have told his mom all of this, right? So if both those people know that information, then why would Warren get on Officer Bootlicker's show and say that Katie said that he left but wasn't staying where? Because that's what I can insinuate, is that Warren said and that Katie said they both weren't. You know what? Fuck all that. I'm gonna play it for y'all. That sounds like the easiest way to get over this, right? I'm just gonna play it. 'Cause I know the time code at this point. This shit is. I feel like I'm taking a test at this point. At what time did Warren say this? 11:20. I don't need multiple choice. I told y'all once I'm locked in, I remember shit, so I can recall it for the most part. If I had to think a little bit, okay, it's interview 3.
Thanks.
Ooh, let me turn that shit down. We couldn't. Man.
Safety. Think Granger. For trusted products to lock, anchor, contain, and protect. Granger. Call, click, or just stop by.
I can't look at anything online.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before.
And said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Okay. My bad. TikTok. Y'all probably couldn't hear it because I had it a little bit lower. But y'all see what, oh, thank you for the gift. But do y'all see what I'm getting at right now? Like, that's the part where it's like, did you see where the lady went to 2 HR recorded footage showing security cameras? Yeah, I just don't see. I mean, that's something for the police, and that's where I'll agree with everybody. That's the type of information we don't get until unless they're doing an investigation. Like, that stuff the police is not going to show us or tell us. So it's kind of, and if I'm a business, I'm not giving you any of my footage just for the hell of it. Get a warrant. So at this point, it's kind of irrelevant. Like, cool, we know it's there, and if the police don't have it when they show their full report, then cool, we know something is crazy. But right now is I mean, let me ask you guys, because maybe I'm looking at it different. What do the cameras help right now? Any suggestions of how the cameras help right now? Nothing. What about you two? How do y'all feel? Do the cameras prove anything right now for us? The link is in my bio as well. My phone's on 7%. If they don't get it, it's because they don't want it. I agree with that. I agree it would help locate him. But what do the cameras help us right now, though? Like, because that stuff the police is going to keep close to home anyway. You get what I'm saying? Like, if the police are going to keep it close to home, I don't think it can do anything to help. It maybe could help in court. It would help in any case where the police is actually doing their job, but I think we all know that the police aren't doing their job currently. Can you please make your point on what you just listened to? Okay, I'm gonna say this respectfully. This might not be the live for you. I was making my point, but I was trying to get through it, and so part of how I do things is storytelling. Like The Godfather. When y'all watch The Godfather, it took a minute to get into the actual good part of the movie, and that's part of just good storytelling. So, respectfully, I'd ask, don't rush me. There's a reason why I say everything the way I say it. And usually y'all kind of get to that point by the end of the live. So I get it. That's why you need to be on YouTube. That's why I'm trying to push you guys. I'm only on here to get you guys on YouTube. So I request that you guys just swipe over, hit the link in the bio, and then you'll get over. And boom. I don't understand how you stay calm with. It's not that big of a deal. It's little shit. You don't let little shit get on you. But just go to the YouTube. Link is in my bio. I promise you. It's way better over here anyway because you get to see everything that I see rather than just like a crop screen. Okay? What I was saying is, in general though, to answer your question, let me turn it up. I'll turn it up for you guys here so you can hear it because it's fair. That's fair. I'll play it one more time.
The whole day at the island, Katie sent a message to my...
Can you hear it, TikTok? Just let me know real quick. Can y'all hear it? Yay, nay. Before I keep going. Okay, we got it. Okay.
Buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him. He's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, hi Darwin, when we get started, it takes a while for him to get off. So what I'm saying is, I gotta start reading y'all comments for a moment. Sorry. I'm trying to block y'all out for a moment. Sorry. What I'm saying is, he said, let me replay it one more time for myself.
My buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she
Okay. So Warren said that they left at 4:30. Okay? Let's establish that. So Judge Ashiko said that they left at 3. He initially in his interview says he left at 3. I think we all agree that they all initially said they left at 3. Even Ava backs that all up, saying the last time that they seen, which that's why I say Ava's account is the last time they seen Nolan at all was at 3. So everybody has said 3 p.m. And I think that's the consistent that like they either left or last seen, however you want to put that and say that, it was at 3. What I'm stating now is he said last time they seen Nolan was at 3, but then when they left, right, okay, here's the facts of it. Let me just break it down all the way. The Cajun Navy report says the Triton, which Warren was on that boat, was last seen between 4:27 and 4:31. That's a 4-minute interval. That's not a lot of time, right? So if the last time they seen him before they left was telling him to get on the boat, the last time they didn't see him was at 3. But what makes it even more of a problem is that Warren is saying Wyatt called out to him, and Warren is saying that Katie said also in a screenshot, in a text message that he screenshotted, that the last time that Katie seen him was when he was being yelled at to get on the boat, but he chose not to get on the boat. But you're saying that he stayed with Katie, but Katie left. Are we getting it? Did I explain that right, or is it still a little messy? If it's still messy, I'll try to break it down a little bit further. Are we good? I know I like interaction because that's the only way I know if y'all understand it. If y'all don't understand it, that's a great way for how misinformation gets spread everywhere. And I don't want y'all to misquote me. If y'all don't get it, okay, she said say what? Okay, I'll say it again. I have no problem. I probably did say that confusingly. Everyone's saying they left at 3. Okay? Katie is saying that the last time Katie's saying the last time that she's seen Nolan is the same time when Warren seen Nolan, at the same time when Wyatt was telling them to come on or to leave. But he's saying that Katie said that she's seen him also say that he wasn't getting on the boat. But she didn't go, what's up, Asia? But she didn't stay there. So he didn't stay there. Ava, what's up, Anxious? Ava also said the last time that he was seen at 3, but then she updates. What's up, Dion? What's up, Tara? Ava says that the last time they seen him was at 3, but then she changes it to being 4. See, because the original one is please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip, north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. Please message me if you've seen him. Which again, if Warren told her, hey, we left at 3, so that's the last time we seen him, then she can be under the belief that that's the last time that he was seen. However, what makes that a problem is that the Cajun Navy report says 3:23 to 4:23, 4:27 was the last time they seen him. She updates this 2 different times, which again, I can understand the black shorts being mistaken. That's not a big deal for me. But what comes to big deal, it says, please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip of north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. July 4th, wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It's unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you have seen him or have information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. That becomes so confusing because these are kids, so I can't critique their words as much as I can the judge. The judge, I can be an asshole about her language, about how she words things. But it's still very suspicious to me. It says, please message me if you've seen him or have. Oh, my bad. The last, it's unclear if he made it back on land. Now, help me if I'm wrong. Is the island land or no? Or am I look? That's why I said I can't really judge them for their language because they're 18, 19. We're not at the full peak of the English language, and they're from Mississippi. Mississippi is not known to be the most grammatically correct, so I have to be a little bit lenient on that. Did anyone track the coordinates again? Because I didn't. They leave and they come back. I have the coordinates, but they're in another video. I probably not gonna go back over that. That was yesterday's video. Not too much now. I'm from Arkansas. I can say same thing about Arkansas. You know, I can say the same thing about Florida. Not everybody is good with their words, or just certain state. Like if you're from Colorado, California, Maine, New York, Mass, those people have naturally better, whatever you want to call it, grammar by the time they're out of high school. Regions matter. All right. She probably means mainland. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Again, that's why I said kids word things a little bit differently versus what adults do. So I can be lenient on that. But it's just very curious to me that it go originally it's this 3 o'clock, but then it's this 3 and 4. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, nothing big. And I know you asked me about Ava. I don't really know yet. I was told that Ava is Warren's girlfriend, but it doesn't look like that because I don't see a single picture of Warren and them together at all. Not even the slightest. See, somebody even commented, but you were the ones who last seen him, so where is he? People just don't disappear in broad daylight. Facts. This is her friend. She doesn't know where he is, and she wants him found. If she knew where he was at, then she wouldn't have shared this post. She would have notified his mom or told him to call his mom. It was kind of you to share this post, Ava. It opens possibility for one more person to see it and help bring this convoy home to his mama. And so that's why I said I see this post. She makes another post and tags 10 people. She tags Nolan, CJ Wells Jr., Shalom, Eric Bell, Gabrielle Wells, Jasmine Grosvenor. Oh, hold on. Erica McCleveland, Christopher Wells Sr., Katie Ambergy. I don't know who Katie Ambergy is. That's another Katie. And then Elmore Wansley. So there's a couple people that she tagged in this post. But then the other post that she has, this kid's social media deleted at the time. I'm not sure. I can't check my DMs right now because the TikTok's live, so it'll freeze it for everybody in TikTok. Whoa, Ava, I haven't heard of this person until now. Again, this may not mean nothing, y'all. It may not mean anything. I'm asking for any videos or photos from yesterday from Horn Ship Island that may have Nolan in them. Also, I appreciate all the love and support. We are a bit overwhelmed. Please PM me if you have details about yesterday or if it's a news outlet. So let's see if there's any edits in this one. No edits in this post, and make sure it came out the one time. And then she reposts. And see, this is the part where y'all gotta be on TikTok to just really, not TikTok, on YouTube to really see what I'm looking at. But she posts Officer Tatum's interview with Warren. And this is on the 21st. There's no other post from Ava. Like, again, we know the family has had a GoFundMe or whatever, press that was available and I haven't seen any of the friends post that, but here we are with an interview that they posted about Nolan, and apparently that didn't make them feel any way, because then they post again the second part of the interview, right? Ava, you was on the boat screaming, you are the one of the females, come on down and explain and tell us what happened to Nolan. Honey DM me, and immediately all of them like, I'm fed up. So wait, I can't speculate on that. I'm gonna shut up. So she posts every single part of Warren during the interview. That's a little curious to me. Yeah, it's suspicious because, you know, like, I think Warren liked Ava, but she wasn't like, I don't know. Again, that's overly speculating for me. That's what we really got to investigate. The T be in the comments. What? You got to listen to Javon's interview, the one where he's outside, then listen to Warren. What altercation was on the boat? Javon said that, then Warren said the fight was on the beach. His little brother. Yeah, I think his little brother and Tristan got in a fight. I honestly think that was. I think they lied. I think Nolan was around to witness that. I think they were just trying to separate it. Otherwise, what you're saying is that Nolan was around the fight that Tristan had and didn't intervene in it, and they're friends. Because Nolan was kind of like on the outskirts, like, I ain't got shit to do with that. But he was watching, like we all do. Fight come up, I'm gonna watch, and unless I see somebody getting dog walked. If I see somebody getting dog walked in a fight, I'm just know to walk away from that situation, because I know the next thing that I'm finna hear in a couple of seconds, and I'm not trying to be an innocent bystander. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. So if somebody getting dog walked, they finna get up mad. So nah, I'm good. But she posted all three parts of the interview, and then on August 1st, she posts the article about the Give, Send, Go. So it's obviously you care more about the boys than you necessarily care about Nolan, because you never post any of the articles about Miss Christine getting threats. You never post any of the articles about them, you know, donate to the family. Like you clearly pick a side. So it's just like that. It's a crazy way that it just flipped, in my opinion. All right. And then she's following Officer Tatum too. You know, I don't really know what to say about that. Hold on. Cause I ain't gonna lie, TikTok, y'all finna. I already see that disconnect coming. So I gotta try at least get y'all plugged into something, cause y'all never want to go to the tube for me. But I ain't gonna be mad. So yeah, but you know, maybe I'm just biased because I don't like Officer Tatum, but whatever. This is why why was he yelling at Nolan like that? Why were entitled well-off teenagers fighting anyway? Well, okay, can I be fair with that? Not trying to get too far into bullshit tonight, because I don't want to get on a tangent, but these young men are under the Andrew Tate cultures right now. They're under this hyper masculinity era right now, where it's like you have to prove your manhood. And so, and I'm not gonna say every group of people goes through this. So it's not just well off people, it's not just poor people, right? Red pill. And so, because the people who have identity crisis the most usually be kids that are well off, because a lot of people don't feel like kids that are spoiled, that had well-to-do lives, should have any reason to fight. Like kind of like how you had an opinion that why do these rich kids fight? You know, they have the money, they have the resources. Why would you want to fight? Well, that makes them feel inferior inside. And so, number one, you get that whole boys will be boys that's kind of supported in you know, the culture. And then they do hear all the outroar or chatter, then they hear the Andrew Tates, and then they look up to these people. So then that does create in a sense, an issue, right? Because now they feel like they have something to prove. Oh, I am tough. I am big. I am bad, right? And so, I mean, it could be jealousy, Shay. I won't discredit that. I think it's a lot of things. But I think that hyper masculinity comes out, and it's even more weirder because usually hyper masculinity, I know at least in my culture, our hyper masculinity comes out when there's a bunch of women around. There wasn't really a bunch of women around. Like I said, it was a sword fest, bona fide sword fest around there. So maybe they're just wanting to be on prove it time, prove it energy. Nolan didn't seem like that type of person that really cared to be on that type of energy. Is his parents probably were a little bit more attentive to him. You know, his mom's a nurse. Nurses work long shifts. They work 12-hour shifts. Nurses go hard. So, but we don't know how attentive his mom is with him versus a judge is never not working. A doctor is never not working. So those kids get neglected a little bit more than what, you know what I'm saying? And I agree with you, Coco. They're very tender at that age. So any little thing, like it happens in our culture. So again, if and you're in this area where you have people like Andrew Tate calling these people betas and that a man is this and a man is that, and you don't really have a man at home telling you what actually being a man is, because, and I'll say this, like the only thing that validates a man being a man, it'll never be a woman. It will always be another man, and it's usually the men that you respect, like your father, your uncles, older brothers. Like those are the ones that validate your masculinity. And if you're not getting that validation from those men, then you're going to seek outward to get approval from other men. We see the same thing with women too, but I can't speak to how women's emotions look for other women for their femininity. I still have a bias about masculinity and femininity because I think it's a social construct, and I don't really think it actually exists. People make it exist because, you know, hell, 100 years ago, men were wearing wigs, high heels, and dresses. You know what I'm saying? So I can't necessarily say that I believe masculinity, right? Like my grandpa thinks that we were GAY for putting both our earrings in. You know what I'm saying? Like for even having one earring in. And then like my uncles and them thought we were GAY for having both our ears pierced. So and now my generation, not me specifically, but my generation thinks that the younger generation, like Gen Z and Gen Alpha, are GAY because they like to paint their fingernails and wear, you know, bags and shit. But, you know, I'll never paint my fingernails, to each their own. But each generation has a different idea of masculinity and femininity. All right. Anyway, off subject. That was just a little boo boo boo. Right. A lot of women like to compete too. Right. But I can see where that hyper masculinity kicks in and they're out there fighting. So I can make sense of that. Anyway, let me get back into my point. So, I don't know who Ava is right now because none of these people really fit a description. I see a Brooke, I see a Patricia, I see a Brandy, I see a Carolyn. I don't really see these names. So let me go back to the actual thing that we were reading of what we're supposed to be connecting. So here's what's being read. Millennial here, I don't like the polished nails and purses, but to each their own. Right, but again, like I said, my mom and them didn't play about both ears being pierced. I had both my ears being pierced because I wanted it. Now I wasn't doing all this shit up here. I thought about getting my nose pierced, but yeah. Anyway, I don't know if this helps or not, but Ava Dellinger is where they went to the pool party last night. Well, Ava's mom is Evelyn Dellinger. So let's see who Evelyn is. Should I read it all the way through before I start doing the research, or do y'all want me to go little by little and do the research? Y'all let me know. Which one do y'all prefer? Y'all want me to read it all the way through, or y'all want me to do it as I go through? Little by little. I only got one little by little. I want to see, majority wins. Read through. Yes, read through and then break down. Okay, so I'll read through and then I'll break it down. All right, so I don't know if this helps, but Ava Dellinger is where we went to the pool party that night. Well, Ava's mom is Evelyn. Dellinger, and her mom is Rose Dellinger. So Rose is Ava's grandmother. Rose Dellinger, Ava's grandma, is kin somehow to Kathy Dellinger, Karen, meaning Kathy married into the Karans. On Kathy's page, wouldn't you know, it's Lieutenant Patrick Karen, the director and lead investigator of MDMR. On the reports, his name is listed as Lieutenant Karen. So they had access to the lead investigator on reports. This might explain why the drone batteries wouldn't work on search day and why the pictures and reports seemed altered, which they do. Also, the mayor of Ocean Springs, Bobby Cox, is pictured in 2 photos at Warren's mom's, Katie Hudson Seymour's house, which is true. About 3 months prior, he is in one of the birthday pictures in the background of Warren's mom's and younger brother, Carter. This is true. Then the next photo is a clear picture of the mayor at his birthday party. Ava Dellinger, Wyatt, Warren, their parents take each other kids on vacation. Okay, so that would make sense because I did look like Wyatt in that picture. Again, this is all allegedly. We don't know this to be for fact. That's what we're trying to figure out, if it's for fact. Okay. Vacation and parties together, and Ava has prom pictures, and Wyatt and Warren as well. The mayor of Ocean Springs put out a statement to the Wells family, sorry and condolences, then put out a second statement about an open investigation. Retracting his statement earlier, but was just at a birthday party with Katie Hudson Seymour house a few months before. Also, the police dispatcher, and this is the part we really gotta kind of go look at, is the police dispatcher thing. If anybody, matter of fact, in the meantime, I want to say this: if anybody wants to help me, can anyone find the dispatcher calls or the 911 calls? Because I didn't see any of that shit. I didn't see. So if anybody could find that and email it to talkingdummies@gmail.com. Again, talkingdummies, not IES, but YS, talkingdummies@gmail.com. If y'all can find the 911 calls or any of the logs or any of that, that would be a great help. Because I haven't heard that. Apparently, one of the kinfolk did, but the audio proves everything it proves a little bit. Again, you still have to put that in the court without any type of words being on the screen and allow the jurors to come up with it. At this point, you're going to be kind of dealing with a jury of your peers, and it's really not of our peers. It's going to be of their peers, which is what Jackson County or Mississippi is predominantly of. So you may get one black person in the jury pool, and so you have to take this into account that now this story has taken over Jackson, Mississippi, so or Ocean Springs, whatever. So it's going to be hard to get a jury pool that isn't tainted, and people will lie in order to get into jury pools in order to get these boys off. So we on YouTube with it, we definitely are. So you have to be careful with just saying that the audio is going to prove it. You have to have enough damning evidence to at least give some proprietary. You have to give some reason why it makes sense. I don't know why I've been stumbling on my fucking words. Oh my God. Also, the police dispatcher called for 4th of July at 11:26 to 11:56. Officer says, I'm en route to Judge's house. Dispatcher says en route to Judge's house or leaving Judge's house. Officer says en route to Judge's house. Dispatcher says 10-4. Next, the officer says something about 10:50, which means an accident of some sort. Then the officer says to a different officer, finish what you got going on and get down there like quick. And then the officer says to the dispatcher, you got the info on the missing person. Dispatcher says 10-4. Officer says to dispatcher, you got what they were wearing and everything, and she says 10-4. A few minutes later, officer says 10-24, meaning completed assignment. All this before Nolan's mom reported him, which was at 12:22. Maybe they waited to tell Nolan's mom that they hadn't seen him until they knew Lieutenant Patrick Caron was on the shift and would take the call. Warren said they were at Ava's house for a pool party and fireworks, and said he talked to her dad. That's why why he was talking to the dad, because Ava's family has connections to the director and lead investigator to Lieutenant Patrick Caron. Let me know what you think. And the mayor's name is Bobby Cox. So we found this out the other day. I remember. Let me switch the camera for a moment. That way I'm not putting out any personal information on anybody. I'm gonna go into my history. This would have been on LinkedIn, I believe, when we found this. Was this yesterday? I just need to look for LinkedIn, actually. If I can find that LinkedIn link, then we might be good. Actually, let me just go search history and put LinkedIn. Okay. No thanks. Okay, here we go. One stream. Let's open this up. Oh, great. I have to sign in to LinkedIn to be able to get in here. Give me one moment, guys. I'm just gonna do it with Dummy Talk and create a new account. Oh, it's not gonna let me do it. Oh, agree and join. Here we go. Hell no. We're gonna do Los Angeles, California. Oh my God, y'all asking too many questions. Unemployed. Oh my God, company, Do Burger. No, I'm not looking for a job. Lord. Yeah, where is this from? This was one of the kinfolk that did some research. Y'all, I watched it over. Tristan said he was walking to the boat before the fight, and Nolan was walking to Wyatt's boat opposite direction. He dapped Nolan up and made a slick comment. Then he was fighting 10 minutes later. How you say something slick, but that's not who you fight. I don't think Nolan and Tristan got in a fight. I think if it's realistic for anybody that got in a fight, it was Tristan and the Warren's brother. So allegedly the officer deputy married Ava's relative. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's where like really where bulk of our research is in today. Sorry, let me get through the LinkedIn stuff. Oh my God, why y'all ask all these questions? Asking all them questions. Oop, nope, nope. Okay, so we have a name. Excuse me. Sheesh. Sorry guys, I'm so disgusting. Excuse me. I apologize. Okay, so if it's Ava's father, then it would be Matthew Dellinger. I just don't know if that's Warren's girlfriend. That's where I'm a little... Nah, you just a little gassy. Yeah, it definitely is. I just don't know, because somebody sent me somebody else's name. And I was just like, that can't be his girlfriend. They were like, well, she has an eating disorder. That's why she looks a little bit older. And then I felt bad. Because I don't like making fun of people with eating disorders. It's just, not cool, if I'm being honest. At least in my opinion. What day are we on? We're on the 8th. So this had to have been on the 6th. I think it was this name. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all why I don't think it's Shawty. Actually, let me do this. Cause Warren is not ugly. So yo, who is Evan? Someone said something about Evan's mom seeing. Is Evan short for something? I haven't heard of Evan, so I'm not gonna bring that up on tonight somebody had to give me some more cooperation, or I have to find it in order to bring it up. I just can't be bring it up. That's why I don't even really want to bring up this person's name. I'm just gonna bring up the face to kind of show y'all why I just don't think this is Warren's girlfriend. Otherwise, Warren has a very specific taste, and usually young men date women that remind them or look like their mother. I've kind of learned that over my life. All right, so we're going back over here. So this is who I was told it's either between this young lady or this young lady. In my heart, I feel like it's more realistic. And again, if you're trying to see what I'm looking at, guys, just click the link in my bio and it'll take you over to the YouTube and you'll be able to see it completely. Most of the kinfolk are over here too. It's like 103 of us over here. So, did you make the list? Hell no, I ain't make the list. I'm clear. There's 100 other people in front of me that's gonna get sued before me. I'm a nobody, and I get to escape under the cracks. But do you see what I mean? Like the difference between the two young ladies. Now they say she's young and she just has an eating disorder. I just think that was kind of hard for me to believe. Right? Like, but she's from Mississippi. She is friends with Christine Wansley. You know, I can't find any actual information though, because she has it locked down now. Like, you're not finding any family members or anything like that. So I don't even know who her parents might be to do a comparison. There's not really any photo. Oh, nope. There we go. Boom. So this is a girlfriend. Okay. So no, it was not Ava's house. But this is 2023, so we don't even know they were still together at this point. If I'm being fair. So I don't know, kinfolk. I can't really put. I mean, this is definitely Warren, right? Is that Warren? We can say that's Warren, right? He definitely grew up a little bit. They need more than that Cito call, unfortunately. They definitely do need more than that to get a solid case. What date are you wanting the crime reports from? July. It'd have to be late July 4th and early July 5th. Because technically all this would have started late night July 4th, around like 11 o'clock. But we can't tell when because this is a picture in 2023. We're in 2026. That's a long time to stay with somebody. Especially them being in high school. Things change so much. So do we know if they are still together or did he maybe get with this girl? But the only thing that makes it weird is there's no pictures with her and Warren, but she's supporting the boys. She could just be a friend, but there's like, because even her pictures are old. It looks like they kind of shut down anything that might be recent. So I really can't pinpoint it either which way. See, like this looks like it could be her boyfriend, right? Like this looks a little bit more intimate. It was blonde girl on the boat. She's too blonde for that to be the girl on the boat. Y'all don't think? Hold on. Let me bring it up. I'll be fair. Just because I don't think so doesn't make me right. Okay, I know this is gonna sound bad, and I'm not trying to do body shaming or body dysmorphia or anything. But if I'm just being honest here, and I'll bring it back up, I don't really, I don't know if I subscribe to, because this girl on the boat looks, again, forgive me for the disrespect for what I'm about to say, but this girl looks a little bit thicker than the other girl. Not by much. Not by much. She's still little. She's still little. This girl to me has a little bit more of, she's not a stick figure all the way. This girl, this is a stick lady. Okay? And the hair color is 2-hour process, especially if you got desensitized, she would go darker. Yeah, like this girl. Yeah, that girl is. What the fuck is going on? Glad that wasn't my information. The fuck is going on? Okay, let me do this. And go here. Okay. You articulate too with the little ebonics. I don't even realize when I use ebonics. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, yeah, she's just a little too tiny for me to believe that's the same girl. Again, I could be wrong. She is with Warren. Okay, so look, here's a great example of like her body and frame, right? Again, not trying to be subjective to any of them. You remember that phone call when the lady asked, "Do you need the Coast Guard or something?" She took the other call from the granddad, and he said they got it under control. And she just got off the call. She don't look bad though. Casino, you different. I disagree. You different, my boy. They are in college now, so they gain weight. I mean, you're not wrong, but it take a little bit longer than that to gain weight. That metabolism got to go down. That metabolism did not go down that much. So let's do a little bit of research. Michelle Mallet, because parents don't know social media as well, so they fuck up a little bit more than what we do. So Father's Day hasn't been the same since we lost you, but the girls have so many great memories because of the time they did have with you. I wish you were here to watch how much our girls have grown into these beautiful women inside out. So it can't be her. It can't be her. Yeah, it's 3 years ago. But your metabolism is not speeding up in 3 years while you're in college. We talking late 20s, earliest, where you like majority of people's metabolism starts to slow down. Is that Bart in the highlights? I don't think so. That doesn't look like Bart. Come on now, y'all. We can't just say that all white people look the same. That's crazy. No, not him. Okay, I was gonna say we can't do that because we hate it when it's done to us. What highlights are you seeing? There's only highlights I see. I see 2 girls. I see a boy, and another girl. But her. Okay, so it can't be the girl we were just looking at. This Kerrison. It can't be Kerrison. Okay, because her dad is dead. Respectfully, you know. So if her dad is respectfully dead, that can't be Warren's girlfriend, because then how would he be talking to her father? Right? If we talk about contradictions, that would be a contradiction. I would think, right? We agree? Yay, nay? Are we still? Yeah, we are. We're still trying to break it down, because the Ava stuff is. We're trying to make sure that that's actually Warren's girlfriend, because we don't see any pictures with her and Warren at all. Like, there's 0 pictures. But Kerrison has pictures with Warren, but it was 3 years ago. Did he say his girlfriend or girlfriend like female friend? He said it as if it was his girlfriend.
Going and getting on the boat and looking for him.
Let's see. Let's just mute that all together. I ain't trying to get TOS for that.
And I cried. And
Stories. And we see Benjamin Crump coming to town.
Okay, so it can't be this video. It's got to be the part 3. Okay, I'm dead. Fresh Carlton. All right. Everything I do for real. Here we go.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before. Is there any chance?
Is it part 3? It's got to be part 3. Yeah, it's got to be part 3.
I went back downstairs and all my friends are just hanging.
And then how long was it before you realized, or you guys realized that, well, where's Nolan at?
I mean, I went back downstairs and
You had a house,
right. I never got to the pool. I talked to her.
a good time at a lady friend's house.
Right. I never got to the pool.
So you guys are now at swimming and having a good time at a lady friend's house.
St. Louis past Christiana. We all went over there to hang out.
Nolan in the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Where is this picture associated with? Because you said you guys went back to swim. Nolan wasn't with you.
Yeah.
So where's this picture at? Like,
Right.
what's the context around that picture that's been floating?
That picture is taken on June 27th, a week before the 4th of July. We all went to a friend of ours in Pass Christian. We have a lot of friends from Bay St. Louis, Pass Christian. We all went over there to hang out, and
And Nolan was in that picture.
Nolan was in that picture. And if you look in the picture, my arm is around Nolan in that picture, And I mean, that was a week before the 4th of July. So that picture is not associated within even the same. I mean, that was like a week before. So, yeah.
So you guys are now at swimming and having a good time at a lady friend's house.
Right. I never got to the pool. I talked to her dad for a while.
Okay.
And I mean, all my friends were downstairs. I went upstairs, talked to her dad. We were talking about boats and stuff. And, I've been with my friends all day. I was just talking to everybody. But
So you talked to the young lady's dad, and then how long was it before you realized, or you guys realized that, well, where's Nolan at?
I mean, I went back downstairs and all my friends were just hanging out. And
Hold on, I'm missing something somewhere.
I mean, that was a week before the 4th of July, swim and, hang out and put the plug back in the boat. And we ate and, napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so, we were all tired. And eventually we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing like fireworks.
Okay, so maybe I did. See, maybe I'm the problem, because when I hear the word girlfriend, I think like partner. I'm missing it. I probably am, like, because again, when I hear girlfriend, like, that signifies, and I see you guys' point. That's why I'm not. Yeah, I've never labeled a woman like a girlfriend that's not my girlfriend. I keep saying I think those boys were. Stop, Kia. You trying to get me canceled? Oh man. Okay, so how do we know it's Ava's house? Can anybody explain that to me so I can be? I get the whole friend girl thing. I don't label it like that, so I wouldn't expect Gen Z to label it like that because he's part of Gen Z. He's 18, 19 years old. So I didn't know we went back to calling friends that are girls girlfriend. Like anytime I hear girlfriend, it's usually two women talking to each other saying, "Yeah, that's my girlfriend." Yeah, he said lady friend. That's where I agree with you guys. Now, if he would have said girlfriend too, then yeah, but to chopper in the sky. So how do we know it's Ava's house? Am I the only one that heard Morgan was Warren's girlfriend? Morgan who? Because there's a Morgan that's his brother too. But apparently that Morgan wasn't one on the island though. It was Carter. So that's the other part that's confusing me is when they're talking about the little brother, they're talking about Carter, not Morgan Seymour is his family. Cause Katie Hudson Seymour is married to David Seymour. So anybody with a last name Seymour is a part of the family. I heard it was Ava's house from the Lady J. I don't know if I want to take that as credible information. I got a couple reasons why. Damn. His girlfriend is not necessarily important. I just want to figure out whose house were they at. So now that changes the dynamic though. Wait. I can't even look at my DMs right now, Casino, because I'm on live on TikTok. It's not gonna allow me to get into my messages right now. Someone said her name besides Jay. It was Ava's house, and they had a swimming pool party at. But how can we confirm that? We don't know. We didn't see any of the pictures from the pool party. Seato Captain itself. Seymour is a part of the family, so Chance is in the family and he's a captain, but I don't think they called him. That's not a team boy thing. Pull up the picture of the mayor with everybody. Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about on that. Give me one moment. Let me switch this off.
And stuff. So
His shit is fucking bonkers. I'm not even going to lie. This shit is bonkers. See, I'm trying to get into some deeper shit that the kinfolk sent me. Because if any of this is true and correct, then we have some shit that has hit the fan in such a different way. Okay, this is the picture that you're talking about. All right, Casino, what am I looking at? So Casino said pull up the picture of the mayor with everybody. That's my question, Cupid. Why would he be talking to her dad if it's just a friend? I mean, I talk to anybody that's my homegirl. I talk to their pops too, but it ain't for no 30 minutes to an hour. That shit is like a high and by type situation. Like, what's up, pops? You good? Good. What's up, bro? I love you. I miss you, man. How you been? How the family? How the kids? How your brother? How your mom? Y'all doing good? All right, man. I'm finna go hang out with the people. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of where I kind of kick it. Casino also said, then pull up the picture of them in the pool. I don't have that picture. Because that's what he said. Because that's what he said, and it was in the report. At Ava? It was at Ava's house? I didn't. Where you got a report at? I haven't seen a police report with Warren's name on it yet. Grab the picture of the. Okay, let me go look. Hold on. Let me switch y'all off again. Nolan Wells pool party. That was a dead link. What the fuck it bring me here for? Why are all these pictures so fucking blurry? I ain't gonna lie, every time I look at this is why I don't like looking at the pool party picture. This shit is like creepy at best. Like literally creepy. Like I feel like I'm watching the Epstein party take place. I really do. Alright, let me just save the image like this. And I'm not even trying to be funny, like yeah, I think the USA shaped into his chest is AI. Alright, let me read what y'all said. Someone said Ava's house was the Fort Bayou Lovers Lane. While all the ladies have on white jeans, Ava is who they called on the phone, and she said the keys was on the Xbox. Is it J Megan? She found the house. I just don't trust her words. She's been wrong too many times for me to trust what she says. I'm sorry. It was a white jean party. Go look up where Dad retrieved Nolan's keys. Okay. Where did Nolan's dad retrieve Nolan's truck keys at? According to Nolan Wells' father, Elmore Wansley, the truck keys were retrieved on top of an Xbox inside the house where Nolan's vehicle had been parked. That would have been Jack's house, though. So that would have been the El Camino house, right? These are all Reddit links. Let me do WSSU. Parents of Nolan. Okay, I can bring this up and let you guys read it with me. The parents of Nolan Wells, a beloved 18-year-old of Ocean Springs football player whose body was found on Horn Island Monday, detailed their first attempts at trying to find him hours after his disappearance. With tears in their eyes, press briefing flanked by civil rights leader Christine Wansley said, "We just want to know what happened." His mother, July. Okay, his mother told reporters last time she sent her son was July 3rd. Jeez, excuse me. If you made a decision to stay behind with an 18, go ahead without me. I don't want myself or anything. It just doesn't add up. He and his parents calling for an independent investigation, autopsy. There was conflict. The young woman said that he went and got back on the boat with the boys, and the boys say no. When Nolan's mother first found out her son was missing, she said she immediately tried to find him by trying to ping his phone. I can't exactly remember what his location was showing, but my Light 360 location showed something completely different. He was actually showing that his phone was like on land, said Christine. She said a friend of hers, who was also the mother of two of Nolan's friends, was able to track the phone down and brought it to her. When she opened the phone to check his Snapchat, Christine was shocked at what she saw. When she opened up, there was nothing. There were no saved photos. There were no snaps from that day, and we did open it up before the 24 hours expiration, said Christine. Meanwhile, the husband went to track down the keys to Nolan's vehicle. Elmore Wansley said he went to one of the friends' houses to get them. The friends didn't know where they were. He said the keys were later found inside. Feeling helpless, Elmore said Nolan's coach see, they're leaving out so many details, though. Feeling helpless, Elmore said Nolan's coach called him following the morning, offering to help search. So it doesn't say. We have to put that together from an inference. El Camino is the grandfather of Jack's, but that's where they spent the night at Jack's house. And that's where they were all at. That's where the boats, well, some of the boats launched from, was Jack's house. Hold on, let me... Would the pictures not be from the same night, D? What I'm saying only gonna make sense if you watch what I sent you, but you can't right now. I'm jumping on my couch, bro. I'm sorry. We had... I don't... Okay. So... I can't say no, Casino. Because I get what you're saying. I can't say that you're wrong. I can't. Like, I definitively just can't say that you're wrong. Katie told the boys that the keys were on it. It wasn't Katie. Katie didn't talk to them like that. But I think the issue that I have... All of Nolan's stuff would have been at Patalo's house. Patalo was staying at his grandpa's house. His grandparents are no longer here on Earth with us. So they use the house and they stay at the house quite often. So if they all stayed there the night before, it would make sense for Nolan's truck to be at that house. So I have to say that Jax's house is where the dad picked up the keys from. But we don't know who the lady friend, at least I don't know who the lady friend is. So nobody posted photos from July 4th, the biggest holiday they love to celebrate. I agree with you, Green. I agree with you there. That's weird. So that's where I'm trying to... What's up, beautiful? That's where I'm trying to wrap my head around, I guess, is understanding where they actually went after they got off the island. It could be Ava's house. I just can't definitively say that. The pool party, I don't think would have been... I don't even know where Ava stays, so I can't even pinpoint it because he doesn't say what area that is. I don't think that's ever stated. If I'm not, I don't know. Like, y'all tell me, is it stated that where they go at all?
Back in the...
Make your browser fast.
Let me just shut up. Not trying to get TOS for that. Go ahead and click that off. All right, and then we'll come back in.
Locked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate, and napped for a little bit. After it was a long day at the island, so we were all tired, and eventually we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing like fireworks and stuff, so we all went over there to swim and hang out. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online of Nolan
Now, Casino, he's talking about the infamous picture online, but I think he's not saying it's the
in
same
the water
house,
in the swimming pool.
because this house was in Pass Krishan. Now, the reason why I can't say that you're wrong, Casino, because Bart, I don't think ever went to the 4th of July celebration. So then that would still make Bart telling the truth about never being in Pass Krishan. The Pass Krishan place, I don't know if these are the two same places as far as because a lot of them had pools. I also don't know what Ava's house looks like. So that's the part that's throwing me.
Where is this picture associated with? Because you
Ava's house is in Lover's Lane, but okay, so let me go. I ain't heard this first time hearing fucking Lover's Lane. What the hell is Lover's Lane? The fuck? What kind of name is that? They got some names on these places. Anyway, Let's go. Google Maps. See where Lover's Lane is. Oh boy. All right. So Lover's Lane. It's awfully close. Yeah, it's awfully close to the water. Katie was. I'm confused. Nolan's family member in law enforcement says Katie is close and in with the family, but his mom says she doesn't know Katie. Jack's house is keys. Phone. Ava's house. Are you sure about that fit? Like, are you like 100,000% positive fit? I don't know if I find that to be true. Everyone says Nolan didn't live with his mom. That's not. Miss Mac, I appreciate you for being in the live, but please double and triple check your information before spurting it out, because this is how misinformation spreads like wildfire across the internet. Lover's Lane, water properties, restaurants, and the docks have cameras. Can you pull the picture from the pool party on June 27th, but the date were changed because on Facebook? That's irrelevant to me. That pool party on the 27th is irrelevant. Yeah, that's irrelevant to me. Yeah, Nolan left with his mom and his dad. Thank you, Teresa. It actually doesn't matter where. Thank you, Shay. It doesn't matter where he lives. It's all the local people saying it. All the local people saying he drowned too. So, locals used to come up with folklores and myths about the Loch Ness monster too. So, I have to be careful what I believe from locals from underdeveloped areas. No offense to anybody. Okay, I know you're researching, but I'm gonna show you why. Again, not saying you're wrong. I'm just gonna say where it doesn't make sense to me. TK Mac, I already seen it. Sarah Fields was sitting there saying that Christine Wells didn't even have custody of her son, and that's just not true. Maybe because I'm away from them. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking lower. Was that yesterday? You were showing the area, and we saw some apartments, and that Tammy lady who said she speaks with spirits said something about apartments. But I'm gonna start vetting y'all comments before I read it. We are not underdeveloped. I disagree. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Arkansas, parts of Florida, majority of Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina are underdeveloped by far. The South is underdeveloped. Shit, the Midwest and Central America is underdeveloped. But yeah, let's check the reason why. Basically the South is underdeveloped, and I'm from the South, but the South has nothing on the North's education. Anyway, the problem. What does it matter if she had custody? He was in college. So, Fit, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I think the part that throws me off is if you're at a random person's house and you kicking down their door to get somebody's phone. It makes sense if it was Warren's house. It makes sense if it was Jack's house. It doesn't. It stops making sense that the police weren't called or like there wasn't aggression met with the mom if she kicked down the door, because Warren definitely used that type of language. Asia said she would be in here in about 20 minutes. The Gulf Coast in Mississippi is different than everywhere else. Anybody from there is going to think differently because you would be biased. Most people in Arkansas are going to think they're intelligent people. Most people in Louisiana are going to think that they're intelligent people. It doesn't mean that they are. No disrespect. But, you know, we can go argue with the data because all those states are in the bottom 10 of education. All southern states are in the bottom 10 of education. So I'm going to believe all those hard numbers before I just believe one person. You know, like I could say I'm the smartest person in the world. It doesn't make it true. You know, there's tons of people in other countries that shit on my intelligence, but that's benign. Warren was being dramatic, not knowing how a black mom is. I'm pretty sure she didn't kick the door down. Even if you just walk in someone's house, you know, my mom and my aunts hauled out of Mississippi and said they would never go back. New Yorker, hearing your statements makes sense. Things I've heard come out of adults' mouths since following this case is wild. Look, I'm not trying to insult nobody. I'm just stating what the metrics say of education, college degrees, high school education, how many people drop out, literacy rates. Those things matter to me when looking at how overall somebody is intelligent in said area. But again, I'm not gonna get stuck on that. That's benign and irrelevant right now. What I want to know is, was it Ava's house? Again, I'm not saying because I'm already kind of like, ugh. Because we're finding out that this wasn't his girlfriend's house, so why is he even talking to the dad like that and not enjoying his 4th of July? But I mean, it also makes sense why he wouldn't be cuddled up with a girl. We're saying, so there was information. What I'm trying to do, and we have went down the deepest rabbit hole I think we've done at this point. Hold on, guys. Let me back this up for you guys so you can actually see what's going on. So we've definitely went into a rabbit hole at this point. And it's a good rabbit hole because I actually do need you guys' help for this, even though it's a little bit more confusing than doing it on my own. I don't think the pool party from the 27th has anything to do with the 4th of July. I think those are two completely different areas because that was in past Krishan. If Warren went to his buddy's house, which was on El Camino, we know that much. Right, so we went to El Camino, which is back to Jax's grandparents' house. They slept there, ate there, and then they moved to whomever. That's where I'm trying to figure out is, it makes sense for them to go to Lover's Lane, but we don't know if that's Ava's house. I don't want to put her in something because we have to figure out who was the house in order to make sense of what we read earlier. Remember, we're trying to corroborate the story of kinfolk about Ava Dellinger. They went to the pool party at night. I need to be able to prove that before I start digging more into these people's names to look at things, because we don't even have any pictures of them at the pool party on July 4th. Now, if there were some pictures of that pool party on July 4th, it helps me because then I can confirm who lives by the country club. Who is Matthew to Ava? Stop, guys. Y'all making me cry right now. I can inbox the video of Ava's party 250 celebration. Email it to me. Empress, are you up with us still? They need to stop saying that. He was almost 19, talking about mess about custody. I think Empress fell asleep. So okay. So you can email me at talkingdummies. TALKINGDUMMYS @gmail.com. Jasmine said she saw Ava IG pool party. Who's Jasmine? She was on here in the. Okay, so one of the Kim folks said that. If I can see the picture, Casino, is that what you were trying to get me to see? Is that like? I just hate that I can't see it while I'm alive, bro. Like it literally won't let me go out and just look at it. Yeah, Matthew. Ooh, no, is it Matthew Dellinger? Yeah, it is Matthew Dellinger. Yeah, Matthew Dellinger has a background in software and technology. Yeah, I do need 5 more devices. Mind you, I got 3 of them in front of me right now. Well, I can't look through my app. What's up, Lula? Let me ask this. Is it possible that the time could be changed on iPhone at some point? I don't think that picture from the 27. I think that's from the 27. I'm going to believe him on that. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. If it's wrong, I'll take that. Even if I pause you on TikTok, I can't look. Like, it doesn't let me physically. Yeah, it doesn't let me go out of the live. It just lets me get out of the app. So who is he to Ava? Is it? Yeah. So Matthew Dellinger is Ava Dellinger's father. I feel like I'm kind of like stuck right now. Oh, I can be on my live and still go into my messages. How do I do it? Learn me something. The boat was hauled to Warren's house. That's where his phone was recovered. No, the boat went back to Jack's house. I'm saying, but the photo that they posted was I get what you're saying. You can't change metadata, but we haven't gotten the metadata. Officer Tatum said he has the metadata, but he won't give it to anybody. Did you see my comment about Matthew Dellinger's work background? Yeah, I have that over here. Matthew Dellinger, Vice President of Sales, South at OneStream Software. Again, I can't really go down there unless we know and we have pictures or some type of proof of them there July 4th. If I can see a picture where I can see like Jax or majority, any of the friend group there on the 4th, then cool. So was it Ava's pool party? Warren didn't get in and want to talk to her father. Could be, but we have to prove that was the house that they were at. The pool party you're talking about, user, is the one in Past Krishan. We're not worried about that one. That's a completely separate event. You can definitely change the time and date on iPhone, but the original date and time will remain hard to. No, I get that. I know how to change all that. I know that. But it was stated. Okay, somebody just sent me something. Let me go offline real quick. Well, not physically offline, but let me go to my email. I'm not gonna lie. White people have some huge calves. Like, them shits are huge. Okay, so this shows me the waterfront, but I need, what I'm saying is I need to see them at the pool party. Otherwise, I can't place them there. Again, the whole Ava stuff, we have to prove they were at does everybody understand what I'm saying? We can't prove that they were at Ava's house. This part is a little bit irrelevant to try to connect it. And I think we're going on a tangent that doesn't matter unless we can prove that it was Ava's house that they had the party at. They probably did, T-Can, or will at some point. I have her Facebook, but she has it pretty locked down. Where is it at? Yeah, like her. So here's the page. Here's Ava's page. But we're just not gonna. Like, here's even a pool, you know. But it's April 28th. Again, all of them have pools, damn near. You know, but it's that 4th of July photo matters more. Like, if they were in a pool on 4th of July, but I have zero signs of that. And that's what makes it hard for me to just lean on to anything. Because now he never says. It wouldn't be a pool with a bath. We don't know what it has. Again, that's past Krishan that you're thinking about, Tracy. We can move on. Yeah, I think it's best to move on. If you cannot send me to my email a picture on July 4th, I cannot confirm. Y'all know how I move. That's me being objective. I cannot do it. I cannot be responsible. If y'all want to do that, cool. But I can't be the responsible adult and throw somebody's name in that, and I just don't have proof. I have to have proof. If it doesn't come out of Warren's mouth, if it doesn't come out of anybody else's mouth, or we don't have a picture to it, then it's a cold case. It was probably on Lover's Lane because they could see the fireworks from there. You can't see fireworks from everywhere? Okay, this is where you because you live there. You can't see it from El Camino, and you can't see it from anywhere in Ocean Springs. You can only see it from Lover's Lane. Hey, Kimberly, thank you for following. Bitch, it wasn't a real party after what happened. I don't trust your name, Russell, but because I don't know if you Russell Latino or not, but sure. No, the fireworks are in Biloxi. Okay. Thank you for that. Wonderful information. Okay. Biloxi is, let me just for my, I'm probably saying that wrong as hell. So around the bridge, it's fair to say, in that area? Yeah, there's definitely some parts that Warren wasn't telling the truth. Warren stated in an interview that the party was at his girlfriend's house. We just established that wasn't his girlfriend. It was just a female that was his friend. Off of Deer Island. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So only places you would be able to see it, you could see it from Bart's house. You could see it, El Camino would definitely probably be a little too far. You'd be able to see it, but it'd be faint. So it definitely... Okay. We don't know if it's Ava's house, but that gives us... It'd have to be pretty close in that area. What time do the fireworks start, T-Can? You said it right the last time. What was I saying right the last time? I think 9. So the fireworks would have started right as Wyatt got there and he called Tristan around 9. So he never really watched the fireworks. But it would make sense if they're in Lover's Lane. Let's do this real quick. Okay, so yeah, if you're on the back side, you definitely would be able to see over the water better. Yeah. Biloxi is where you go to gamble. I saw a picture somewhere with fireworks in the background. Yeah, I didn't see that. Okay, let me move on because I still feel like I'm a little stuck. So anyway, I don't know if this helps, but Ava Dellinger is where they went to the pool party that night. Well, Ava's mom, Evelyn Dillinger, is... Okay, so let's look at who Evelyn is. Because we can get off Kerrison now. She look a little scary. Biloxi. Is this the house? Look like a community pool though too. She also follows Officer Tatum. Speed pathology. I really don't see any direct connections just looking through her stuff. Friends. Yeah, and it doesn't allow me to see her friend list. So there's not much I can do with that. He was too. Yeah. Well, Wyatt was busy doing a lot. How far is the clubhouse? I don't. Who? What? Clubhouse? You gotta be a little bit more specific. I can smell the oppression from that street view. Oh, y'all are wild. Yo, why are y'all being mean? Not the oppression. That is crazy. All right, let's go back in here. So, and her mom is Rose Dellinger. I doubt that pops up because that sounds like grandma. Again, I don't. We're just getting through this right now because now we've been running around with, like chickens with our head cut off, and this makes it look like we don't know what the hell we talking about. But I'm just trying to corroborate what the kinfolk. Okay, it's definitely Granny. It's definitely Granny. Them sunspots tell it all. All right, Mississippi Gulf Coast Chamber of Commerce. That's power. That's definitely a powerful position. Well, not superpower, but when we're talking about local, that's still power. But she's retired. Stepped away. What's up? Granny is 26 years old. Man, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Granny is not 26. Switch that around. Granny might be 62. Remember, guys, if you're trying to see what's on YouTube, just click the link in the bio in my profile. I believe they didn't go as it was supposed to plan. Go to the pic of her with her man. Okay, Mama Bear, I got you. You talking about Christina and Wesley? This was in 2014. Granny had this for a long time. And Jerry, the grandfather. Wesley. Is this the picture you're talking about? This is from 2017. Grandma ain't uploaded in a long time. And Vampire Years is crazy. So grandma don't even have any recent pictures. At DK, there was a guy on live streams talking a lot of stuff. Kind of looks like him. Maybe they went to the clubhouse, stayed over till they finished. Wesley's neck goes straight to his forehead. Y'all are mean as hell. I'm not even finna laugh. I want to so bad, but I'm not. I'm trying to stay focused. All right. So we're gonna move past this. I don't think any of this is information. I think we're getting distracted. Ava's grandma is somehow okay. This is the name that actually matters. All right. Are we finally getting somewhere? I can't tell. It doesn't tell me. The last one was Ava's granny. I don't know. Because now I can't even tell who these people are because their address, or not address, but their Facebooks don't have like what city they're in. Are you talking about the yacht club? I have no idea. I will have to check all this information when I get offline because when I'm on here, I can't check it. Nolan's body wasn't bloated. I think they refrigerated his. So wait. I'm gonna bring this. I'm gonna bring something up to you guys too. So the reason why I put in my story while I was I said I had to go talk to a doctor, and I still haven't been able to get this information for sure. I am under the impression. I'm just gonna say this for shits and giggles. So, if we ever have any medical doctors in here, I would love to talk to you offline about this. It's not something I would like for you to share online because I think that would be a little bit of reckless. But definitely inbox me. But the biggest question I had, and I would never find this information online because again, it would help criminals. But is there a way in post-mortem that you can doctor the body? Again, AI is not going to tell you that. There's nothing online that's actually going to tell you that. And what I mean by doctor the body is like, can you get rid of bruising post-mortem, right? Like, is there a way to hide things in the body post-mortem? Like, can you put the body in ice? Can you put the body in water? Can you bloat the body? Can you and we're talking about soft tissue as well. Like, is there any way to alter the body post-mortem? And we're not talking about makeup or whatever. Nikki, are you a doctor? Because I'm not just gonna take your word for it if you're not a doctor. That's why I said I need to talk to somebody offline because a doctor in propriety is not gonna say that either. Because there's things that you can do with embalming fluid to hide a lot. Like you can do a lot, and they also said that the body had decomposed further than what it should have. I'm not going to say, okay, that's not the verbiage that was used. They said the body was decomposed to a point where it was harder to tell what was going on. A body can't decompose that fast in 2 days. Not post-mortem, but in first autopsy. Someone said this on the Don Lemon show. Okay. Okay, Nikki, you're a nurse. See, nurses have a certain level of knowledge, and I respect your knowledge, and I should respect what the work you do. He was in stage 1 decomposition. Does it say that in the autopsy? Because they said it was harder to do the autopsy based on how far the body had decomposed. I'm not a doctor. Old and new bruises will show first. I need doctors' opinions. If you're not a doctor, just gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna kind of ignore the opinion to an extent. No disrespect. No disrespect. It was also 91 degrees. Okay, so I'm gonna say this: the reason why salt water slows decomposition. So the body was either gonna do one of two things: it was either gonna float or it was gonna sink. It's gonna sink based on the vocal cords closing shut and allowing water to go into the stomach, or if any at all, rather than the lungs, which then will make the gases escape, which makes the body sink, and the body will not return back to the surface until gases allow the body to rise back up to the surface, which is during the decomposition, or when it's decomposing, and that doesn't happen until at least 3 days. Salt water extend that, and he came up and he was found 2 days later, floating. If he obviously lost his life just floating, we would have seen him the day of, which is why I think they're trying to come up with this whirlpool theory, which still wouldn't make sense because that would only be within a 12-hour period because of high and low tide. All the currents are going to change based on high and low tide. So even if the current was one way during high tide, during low tide, when it becomes high tide, that's going to change again. So that's the other part that doesn't make sense. So that's what I'm saying. Like, for it doesn't matter how hot it is. If the body had sunk, it would have never came up that fast. And if it would have came up fast because of a whirlpool, they would have been able to see the body on July 5th, not July 6th. So many things are just not adding up in order for any of that to be true. Question, because Brian said he was found face down on the beach. Was he in the water or not? From the way that they explained it, they found him face down in the water. I'm not sure if he was bloated or not. I don't remember that part, kinfolk. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just know they said that the body was further along in the process than what it should have been, because they weren't able to tell certain things. Again, my bad. That's not what was said. The body was too far along in the process of decomposing to where certain things for bruising on the outside of the skin were not able to be seen, but they didn't find anything in the deep tissue either, or the soft tissue. So I can't speak to the bloated part, but I know they did say the body was so far along, which I don't know how you get so far along in 2 days. That's, especially if you've been sitting in salt water, because the salt water would have slowed that process down. So that implies something that would have sped up right. But again, I need a doctor to be able to explain to me, like, because maybe that is the way. The elevated decomposition was found by the second. Right. Which I guess that also makes sense because the body would have been a little bit further along by that time. But then when you're doing the autopsy, you're supposed to do whatever you can to preserve the body. So that still doesn't make sense. Unless they mishandled the body altogether. Cajun Navy said not bloated. Okay, thank you, Fisher. So that's 2 of y'all confirmed it. They said they didn't properly store the body. Did the medical examiner say that, or did the pathologist from the second autopsy say that? Is the cop who said it was a drowning Quran too? I'm not sure. Don't forget the autopsy lady know what to do. The salinity in the water was very low because of the rain in June. Still salt water. Still salt water. It's still an ocean. Still an ocean. Also, in the second autopsy, they didn't store the body correctly. That's their fault then. Okay. Thank you for clearing up. Park ranger did find him. Thank you for clearing it up, Stargazer. IDK how, but within a short time, potato starch interacts with the hemoglobin, swelling reduces the bruise. Allegedly, Dad was a Department of Health and Department of Corrections, so intersection of criminals and medicine. So I know he didn't drown. I'm just saying I don't know if the facts help. Okay. I don't think the. I mean, I can't say that. I can't say that. I guess it would be important. There's no park ranger's office on the island or patrol. Well, the park ranger was a part of the Cajun Navy, right? So wait, is there no code violations for not properly storing the body right? Right, right. TK, I agree with you. They even said the water was murky. And then even when Tatum goes out there, we see the water is murky. It's the Gulf. I don't ever expect the Gulf to be like the Maldives or Maldives, however the fuck you say it. Like I don't expect it to be clear, see through water. I don't expect it to be, you know what I'm saying? Because again, it's the Gulf. They've had how many oil spills in the Gulf since we've been alive, let alone over the course of history. So I agree. The water's probably been murky since 2006. Those conservation officers would be called park rangers, to my experience and understanding. Okay, thank you, Mama Bear. I'm not too. I hate anything around the police, so I can't tell you any different. The second autopsy said when he received his body, he was face down. Yep, I live in rural. Did y'all see the video of the lady who went to Horn Island? Y'all see how these people stick together? Yeah. I'm in R. Okay, I don't know what RLT is. In the NICU. Okay, I know what NICU is. And I know we use a special setup for the mothers and families that want to spend more time with their child. Could be a few days. That is depressing. Damn, you just made my fucking soul leave my body. I didn't want to hear that. Damn, Tiffany, why you want to make me depressed? Not at the mouth of the Mississippi River. I can't do. I mean, I can't argue with you. I just said the Gulf. I don't know. It's not the same. The Pascagoula River is right by Horn Island. Okay. Okay. Wait, so if it was a tradition to be on the island for July 4th with tons of people, were there no lifeguards? Because Crab Island in Florida has lifeguards on boats in case of accidents. I'm going to say no. Registered respiratory therapist. Does anybody have an MD? That's what I said. I'm gonna have to go into my personal circles. I'm gonna have to ask my friend. It's just I know she's not gonna come on here and do this because I think for her it's ethics. But maybe I can find someone that is a little bit maybe on the retired side. Sorry guys, I'm really trying to break down this theory, and I'm not saying it's falling apart, but I will say it is a little challenging to follow it. Because I can't even figure out this Kathy Dellinger thing either. Let me just use the name Kathy Dellinger by itself. It's a lot of information, but I am a bachelor's in film and TV. See, yeah, you in my world. I don't have a bachelor's in film, but so the only Kathy Dellinger is still this Kathy Karan Dellinger. And I don't know who this is. Up, 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 up. Hold on. Might have a hit. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give her a nipple head. Is that you? I don't know. He a little too dark right here. I don't know if I trust it. All right, kinfolk, I'm gonna show y'all. Gang, what I'm doing, I'm on YouTube right now, so if you want to click the link in the bio and see what I'm doing, you can follow along. Was that the mayor? I don't think that was the mayor. But I'm finna show kinfolk now. So, I'm gonna do, it's not the same people, right? Because this guy is definitely paler on this left side. This is the only one that's got enough body thickness to be this person, but this looks like a firefighter. That's not the same person, right? I'm just trying to be fair here. That's definitely not the same person. Right, dude has a firefighter shirt. This dude's a lieutenant. So completely different people, right? We can roll that out. Okay. All right. Okay. Fair. Just want to make sure. Maybe. I just need to see if one of these fuckers are from Mississippi, bro. Okay. Yep. Mississippi. Okay. Okay. So this is her. That's her child. We just don't know which one Kathy actually is. My beautiful granddaughters. Okay. So she's an older lady. So this is the lady, though. This is Kathy Caron Dellinger. What you may have to do to take a day, clear your mind, and come back. You're overwhelmed. I don't know if I'm overwhelmed. Just Patrick Caron, the officer married into the Dellinger family. But as a man, why are you wouldn't he change their name, not his name be changed? So this is Lieutenant, or sorry, my bad. Yeah, this is Lieutenant Patrick Caron. So let's oh, here we go. I mean, this ain't what we need, but it's something. It depends who has the money. It's old money out there. Do you think it happened on the island or the pool? It happened on the island, 1,000%. The guys in the photo with the government at the house. Look at that photo again. They said it was a sign of disrespect, weird transport. I heard that too, but I'm one of those people. You gotta prove that to me. Because if you prove that to me, that's enough grounds for me not even to care about the case anymore. And I mean that in a respectful way of like, there's no point of me trying to figure out who's guilty, not guilty. It's just time to, in the words of a famous Jamaican man, fire upon man. And I'm just gonna keep it sweet and simple, like, or how our boy Deontay Kyle says it, guillotine. Guillotine. So I pray to God. I pray to all of the gods, however many may exist, because I only believe in one, but I pray to every last one of them that is not true. If that was, you know, because I didn't hear about the sign of disrespect. I heard it being something dealing with the triple letter word. We ain't even gonna make mention of it. But if that were to be true, I don't even care about who's guilty, not guilty. Whole city guilty at that point. Now again, I'm giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. I don't think that is true. Which Jamaican man? Y'all know it, man. He was a comedian probably like 10, 15 years ago, and he would tell everybody as soon as they said something crazy, like fire upon man. So I think exposing their system connections is equally important as a Gabby. I don't think y'all understand if that is their messaging to let them know that like whoop whoop boo 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 boo, and that's their whole the you get what I'm saying? If it's any bit a part of that, there's no talking. I don't even care. You get what I'm saying? Like there's absolutely no it's straight guillotine. And I say that respectfully. See how they're tagged? Yeah, I'm gonna read this real quick. Official Mississippi Marine report details search timeline. Incident Mississippi Department of Marine Resources supplement report of the Mississippi Department of Marines Resource Marine Patrol obtained independently lays out the official timeline of the search and rescue response following Nolan Wells' disappearance from Horn Island. July 4th, 11:59. MDMR Lieutenant Caron was advised by dispatch that Christine Wells Wansley had reported her 18-year-old son missing from Horn Island. She said he had last been seen around 3 p.m. 3 p.m. His phone remained in a friend's truck, and the friends who had traveled with him returned without him. Dispatch was directed to her route her to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office to file official missing person report. July 5th, 1:38, Caron spoke with JCSO shift supervisor who said deputies had interviewed several friends who had been on the vessels with Wells. According to the account, Wells was reportedly in the company of an unknown female. Okay, I'm screenshotting that. Oh my God. It really just gets worse and worse with these lies. Like why? Like I don't get why they have not, and maybe they have, but I don't understand why they haven't been interrogated. Like again, maybe they have. Thank you for the follow. But I don't understand how they haven't been interrogated down to the pause to their draws. It doesn't make sense to me, y'all. Like that's the part I'm trying to wrap my head around. Because if the boys sit there and say they now this is somebody. Hold on, let's check out who Erica Miller is first. Hold on, let me be fair. Let me be objective. Let me check who Erica is. She's a digital creator. Okay, so you can't call her a journalist. I ain't seen this picture before, but that doesn't look like Nolan either, though, if I'm being fair. Lieutenant Karen is married to Ava D's family. She had a pool party with Warren. I can't corroborate that yet. Just because another creator said it, I have to have a picture. If I don't have a picture or somebody that has like a verbal statement, I can't take that for fact right now. I'm sorry. Again, I'm not denying it. I need some type of physical proof. Okay, thank you, BJ, for the sub. I appreciate that. Big love, man. We love our subscribers. Yeah, that's not no. I don't because that looks like it's got a hat on. Nolan was never seen with a hat on, so I'm not gonna take that for fact. This is them on the island. Yeah, they just kind of. Sorry, I'm just. Okay, so I can't take what she's saying for fact as far as anything there, but this looks like she just copy and pasted. Can we agree on that, kinfolk? This doesn't look like she wrote this up herself. It looks like she probably copied and pasted from somewhere. Can we agree on that? Again, if you're trying to see what I'm looking at, just click the link in my bio. It'll take you straight to the YouTube. What do y'all think, kinfolk? It's accurate information? Okay. So yeah, let me finish reading. Who said deputies had interviewed several friends who had been on the vessel with Wells. According to that account, Wells was reportedly in the company of an unknown female when the group left and had chosen to stay on the island. Based on that information, JCSO did not believe there were water-related emergencies at that time and considered it possible Wells had returned by another boat without his phone. No further action was taken that morning. This is July 5th. She's in social media, Gabby. But she just posted a picture that kind of discredited her. I think we can all agree. Again, like it just says digital creator. That's not credentials to me. You know, yeah, digital. That's not real. I mean, I get it. We want to support our people, but I just can't. Oh, this is the list, y'all. Just for the people that asked. So no, we're not on the list, and I'm glad. So anyway, glad as in I'm not gonna be the first 100 people targeted. If they want to come for me, they can come for me, but I'm not in the first. But the reason why I can't credit her is this discredits you immediately. You know, you trying to say this is Nolan? This is obviously a hat. So I already can't take what you're saying seriously. But as long as you're copying and pasting the information, I'll take that seriously. You know what I'm saying? So I can't even say it looks like Tristan. It don't look like anybody that we know of. But the fact that this to me is very critical, right? At 1:38 a.m., Karan spoke with the JCSO shift supervisor who said deputies had interviewed several friends who had been on the vessel with Wells. According to that account, Wells was reportedly in the company of an unknown female. Key word there, unknown female. They said they didn't know Katie, right? Because I kept wondering why y'all were saying that. I was like, well, where did y'all get that from? So if this report is true, if it was an unknown female, how did you get that unknown female's phone number? Okay, we understand where I'm coming from now? And I know a lot of you have said that. It's just, like I said, until I see the evidence, it's hard. Like, I didn't hear about this case immediately on July 4th. I started hearing about it, like, probably the 5th or 6th. So the unknown female is a super red flag because now it's that girl, Katie. So it's like, oh, we found somebody to place the blame on. And that's the part where I just, it's hard for me to honestly respect that if you're trying to place the blame off to someone else, right? And then here's the other part that sticks out to me. Based on that information, so based on the information that the boys gave them, it don't say boys, the friends, based on what the information the friends gave them, did not believe there were water-related emergencies at the time and considered it possible Wells had returned by another boat without his phone. No further action was taken that morning. So that means until, I guess that morning means really kind of like that third shift, because we know by the time Warren got up at 7:30, he went out on the boat with his I can't remember if it was his stepdad or his bio dad, but they went out there to go look for Nolan along with, I think, 2 of his friends. So it's like 4 people on the boat, and it was already a full search party by that time for Nolan. Okay? So let's go to the next thing. 8 a.m. MDM Officer Lieutenant Colonel Bryce Gex and Captain Jack Ewing launched patrol vessel Admiral Dewey and Biloxi and traveled to the northwestern tip of Horn Island. En route, they made contact with a boat carrying Wells' former high school coach and Wells' parents, who had already been searching the island northwest tip overnight. So that means the coach took them out on the water before the search party even showed up, and so the parents still didn't even find him during that time. Now, could they have been looking in the wrong area? Sure. Could the boys have told them the wrong area? Sure. There's so many possibilities, right? But by this time, the tide has already changed. So it would be high tide by this time, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe. Not 100,000%. I see Marine Time Captain on Chance Seymour page. How y'all doing over there? Y'all good? Y'all tired? Y'all about ready to tap out? It is almost 3 o'clock. I think Katie's just scared. Imagine being a woman. I'm sorry. I'm learning not to say female because I've heard that insults people. So I'm learning. But I was told that. Well, I'm not told. My understanding as a woman, my understanding from her perspective as a woman could be that if that city really is tight knit like that, you would know that. And if you know that, maybe you just don't want to be a part of it. Oh, not Chase, Chance. So that's where I kind of I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt right now. So who is Chance? Chance got a little baddie. Oh God, they're one of those too. They're one of them ones, y'all. Oh my God. It's an infestation. Just a whole bunch of Yahtzee players. What's up, Atomic? Like, having a Gulf of America hat just tells me everything I need to know. Stupid shit, bro. Anyway, Katie may not have money like Warren Wright. Okay. I'm still confused on how Katie got home. Was it the brother and sister? Yeah. BJ, I'll keep it a bean with you. I'm not saying she clear. I just say I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Who cares if she's scared? I mean, I have to, again, psychology. Men are bitches. You know what I'm saying? That there aren't women that are stronger than men. I'm just saying it's rational for someone to fear for their life and not want to come forward because they think something will happen to either their reputation or their money. You know? So I think that's fair. Like, if men can be cowards to power, to a lot of things, I think it's fair to say that a woman would too. I'm not saying, again, that a woman is just automatically going to be weaker than a man. That's not what I'm saying. Please don't misconstrue my words. All I'm saying is, if it can happen to a man, it can also happen to a woman. If it can happen to a woman, it can happen to a man. So we just have to give her the benefit of the doubt of not feeling safe in her environment. And rather just, because at the end of the day, think about it like this. she may have just been having a conversation with Nolan. It may not even have been that serious, and then this guy loses his life. However, and then she really don't know what the hell is going on, because she could be feeling like, yo, why are y'all trying to place this on me? And y'all have power. I'm not going for it, but I also don't want to talk about it, because who can I really trust to talk about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, her sister may not be as involved, or her sister might have a little bit more pull in a different way than what she does, so the sister might feel a little bit safer. Or her sister might not give a, because it's her sister. Because I'm not going to lie to you, me protecting my life versus me protecting someone else's life, those are two different type of muscles that's coming out of me. You know what I'm saying? Like, in a one-on-one situation, I may run from a situation. Who knows? But if I'm there to protect somebody, I can't tell you what I really would do. But because fear is still fear. We don't know what Katie shared with Nolan's parents when they spoke face to face. We don't. Maybe she said just hi and they're using her as an alibi. Could. Trayson said something slick to them. Why? I mean, guys have slick ass mouths. Like, when I hear certain things, it comes off as normal, because men always say some fly shit. Like, Casino, are you in here? Simple, y'all still in here? They're military, so they kind of definitely understand. Like, people just say, and again, they're Southern boys. They're MAGA members. Like, all of them are hard right, far right MAGA members. So we know that, like, the things he was probably saying that he said, he probably can't say on the show, because they could just get him canceled. So simple. You know how men talk. Like, it's very understanding. You see somebody with a girl, you might say something slick. So, and Warren said the same thing. Like, man, you crazy. Like, again, he probably didn't say, man, you crazy. That was probably more the cleaned up version of it, but I can't necessarily say that it was something ill. That's probably why there were so many edits. There's a lot of reasons why there were edits, but we won't go down that rabbit hole right now. Not to mention your best friend, when he's talking to your girl, you shouldn't even be paying attention to what he's doing. Okay. Let's bring context back into it. I guess that's young people stuff. Well, there's multiple layers to that. Okay. I'm going to be offensive for a moment. I apologize in advance. The term that's been going around, I've said this on this page, I think about 2 different videos now. MAGA has this new word of calling white women that date black men mud sharks. So we don't know if that's what Tristan was saying to Nolan. We don't know if Katie got called a mud shark. We don't know if those MAGA boys were mad that Nolan was talking to maybe a more attractive woman that wasn't his race. We don't know if he was being teased about dating or liking someone interracially. I'm gonna be honest with you. That happens on both spectrums. If a black man talks to a white woman, he's ridiculed by black men and black women about talking to a woman outside of his race. And that's deep in our community too, and I hate that shit, because love who you love. I love Deontay Kyle, but he said something to me I just felt was highly ignorant, because you should always want more allies. You shouldn't want to put people against each other. And Deontay Kyle and somebody else was on the podcast saying that you can't be ultra militant pro-black and then be with a white woman or somebody that's not a woman, saying a woman of color or a black woman. And I just think that's highly ignorant. That's highly ignorant, because you want to have as many allies on your side if you're about to fight a war. The less people you have on your team, the less likely you're going to win the battle. Ms. Mac, I'm going to say that's ignorant. That's ignorance. If you believe that black people are only supposed to date black people, that's racism. That is, and I just don't support it. Love is supposed to be you finding who you like, who you have a bond and connection with. And if you gain a bond and connection with somebody and you just refuse to date them because of their skin color, you are a racist. It is being a racist. You can believe what you want to believe, but you are a racist. I don't associate with racists. I personally don't want you on my page if you're a racist. I don't care if you're a black racist. I don't care if you're a white racist. I don't care if you're a Hispanic racist. I don't fuck with racists. I think all of you guys should go. I can't say what I want to say, but you shouldn't exist on this earth. I just don't believe in racism. So again, every culture has this bit of ideology that you should date your own, and that's just stupid to me. Date who you want to date. Now, going back to the topic of the conversation, a lot of people, that could be what happened in there, right? Oh my God, they were supposed to be friends. He was a beautiful guy, so they were likely jealous of his swag, athleticism. Again, they could just be upset that he wasn't staying in his lane. Again, that's speculation, but I'm just saying, we know that's a thing right now, especially with MAGA right now, calling women mud sharks. We know it's just an issue all across the board, all right? It's just an issue. So we don't know if that could play a factor into it. Or Trayston maybe said something slick. Warren said something slick. I'm not going to speak on anybody else's name because it wasn't verbally said, but we know those two things were said. So then we can trace that. Trayston's girlfriend was white too, just saying that's what they said. And I don't disagree with that. Trayston, I don't think there's a lot of options to just talk to whomever you want to talk to in Mississippi. You know, the resources and access to things are not as available, you know. So I get that, right? But regardless, that's how these crazy ass statements can come out from people, and that's what I'm trying to articulate or whatever, right? Crazy. It starts at home. The family has the kids brainwash you. It does. Every race does. Like I said, we have a problem in every single race and culture. It's not just white people. It's not just black people. It's not just Hispanic people. Everybody's like, oh, you need to date Trump. Again, but that's where all that bullshit can come in at. Not where they live. Again, I can't speak to it. I'm not in Mississippi. I just know that we're already a minority. If the only place that you're really gonna find a diverse population to date is like Florida, California, New York. Seattle, Texas. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's it. DC is very diverse. Yes, DC is crazy diverse. I was actually shocked, very shocked how diverse DC is. Like, mind blown. So yeah. Mississippi is 7% of black people, from what I read. Let me double check. Population percentage of black people in Mississippi. Okay, you're right. 36.8. You're right. So. But that's still not diverse. Diversity to me is black, white, Hispanic, Asian. That's diversity, in my opinion. Not just white and black. White and black is still not diverse. Otherwise, I'd say Atlanta. So, Nightbacks. Anyway. Let me go back to this post. MDMR officers launched patrol vessel Admiral Dewey from Biloxi and traveled to the northwestern tip of Horn Island. En route, they made contact. Okay, we already read that. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. MDMR requested drone UAS support after early software issues delayed launch. So that's a little weird to me, if I'm being honest with you. Hawaii and Alaska. I don't know nothing about Alaska, Trina. I won't even lie to you. That's probably one place I'll never visit because it's too cold. It's too cold. I'm too black for Alaska. Colorado is diverse. I'll give you that. But Tristan never said where his girlfriend went after first fight, but can tell us what he said when he saw Nolan. I'm just saying he was getting into it with his girlfriend, right? Per se, him. I don't know what you were trying to say there. Why would Tristan say anything about her to Nolan? What does it? Again, men have slick ass mouths. That's why we get in so many fights with each other. Like I have a slick ass mouth with my friends. They have slick ass mouth. My brother came in here earlier. Was like, "Shut your bitch ass up and get to talking." Y'all didn't peep that earlier in the earlier live. Y'all go watch the last live. He came in here and I was like, "Oh, that's my real brother in real life." Like, literally said, "Shut your bitch ass up and keep talking." So that's what I'm saying. Men just say slick shit to each other for no reason. It's not even an ego thing. It's playful almost sometimes. Again, there might be something malicious behind it, but like, I don't know. Everything is not to be taken seriously. That's why a lot of people say people are too sensitive now, because it's like, damn, bro. Like, for the longest we grew up saying wild shit. Now it's like, if you say something, now everybody in their feelings about it. But to an extent, I feel like that. Like, damn, bro, you can't take a joke. You a crybaby. Okay, I don't like being around sensitive people. Move around. Obviously, I respect certain boundaries. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna say anything derogatory to make you feel less about yourself. But like, if you my dog, we definitely talk to each other a different way than I would a random person or somebody I do business with or somebody I'm in a relationship with. We call that Jocelyn Bad in New Orleans. Yeah, I don't really know, but let me ask that pic you showed where the girls and the boy had on blue shorts. Go to that pic. I don't even know what you're talking about. I joke with my homeboys all the time. We be wild. Right. Like, it's just, and again, that might change. Like, I don't even think that's a culture thing. How you joke with somebody is a cultural thing, but all of us have wild ass ways that we talk to each other that we would never talk to our parents that way. Like, just like a husband and wife have a certain way that they can talk and joke with each other that can't no other person joke with them that like that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but they kept trying to have her hold this. Okay, I don't know what that means. Anyway, here's the part that's weird to me. And Fit pointed this out to me. Jocelyn. Okay. Some people are sensitive for no reason. Right. Now, if you just calling me the hard R, or you calling somebody that's from Mexico the thing that they do when they get in water, or if you calling a LBGT person the F word, you're out of bounds. You're out of line. You get what I'm saying? Like, you definitely out of bounds. If you calling a white person something that you eat, you doing too much. Like, I don't even tolerate. I hear people say that around. I be like, hey, chill. You wouldn't want this being said. Don't say that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So there's boundaries, but there's still certain shit that we do say to each other. Like, now we may use certain words to each other. Like, I know my friend. I'm just gonna keep it a bean with y'all. My friends and I will not allow anybody else to call us the hard R, but I promise you we call each other hard R's, and it's as a joke. You have to look like us, but we will call you a hard R. You know what I'm saying? But that's my friend group. So that's what I'm saying. I can understand people say crazy, wild things. All right. Josin. Okay. I've never even heard that shit in my life. Y'all both wrote it out for me. I still don't know what the hell it is. But so much corruption and family intermingling. Yeah, a lot of them. So I'm just saying, people say offensive shit. Y'all get it. Matter of fact, here's a great example. Women call themselves the B word all the time, but a man can't call a female a B word. Okay, y'all understand what I'm saying now? Y'all get what I'm saying now? That makes sense. Ladies, y'all do that shit all the time. I hear it. I don't care what race you are. Are you part Caucasian? Not at all. Not even the slightest. If it's in my bloodline, it's more than 100 years old. So, Because both my parents are black, both my grandparents are black, both my great-great-parents are black, and both my great-great-great-grandparents are black. So, no. Negro and more Negro. And even if I was half white, I could still use that word because of the one drop rule. Anybody remember the one drop rule? Yeah. So that's why I don't like that whole light skin, dark skin bullshit. Because it's like, nah, when we were separated, it was the one drop rule. So that's why I didn't like the whole Drake and Kendrick shit. Like, nah, he's black. He's part of the one drop rule. Just because you don't want to claim him doesn't mean he's still part of the one drop rule. So, all right. Anyway, MDMR requested drone UAS support after early software issues delayed launch. An officer was brought in with additional drones. Okay. Until next time. Okay, OSS. Thank you for stopping in. And it's not freedom of speech. Thomas, what are we talking about? What do you mean? Hold on, I want to clarify. What do you mean, Thomas? I need to understand what you mean. Because freedom of speech is for the government, not for civilian to civilian. That's not how it works. I think people get that mistaken. You can't say what you want to say to another person because certain things you say to a person is under the fighting words clause. So you got to be a little bit careful on that. Freedom of speech applies to the government, as in I can say what I want to the government and they can't censor me for it. Besides making a threat. Now, if you make a threat towards the government, you're going to prison. Freedom of speech is different than hate speech, and people want to make it the same. Shit, freedom of speech just only applies to the government. That's what I want everybody to understand before we move on. Freedom of speech only applies to the government. So I can say what I can criticize the government. I can say what I want to say to the government. But that applies to the government. It does not apply person to person. Okay? Because you see what happened to Chud the Builder. He thought, because his dumb ass didn't go to school and learn the Constitution, that he could go around saying, chimping out and calling people the hard R. And then when somebody went to go whoop his ass and he want to pew out the pum pum and try to pop somebody, now his ass is with a public defender and finna probably be sitting in that bitch for the rest of his life. So you do not have freedom of speech or expression towards people. That can be harassment. That can be fighting words. That's infringement. Like an infringement is a constitutional right as well under the 9th Amendment. So, threats. I forgot about threats. But you can't do threats, period. You can't do, and threats also fall under the 9th Amendment because that's infringing on my right. When you threaten me, you're taking away my right for life, liberty, and freedom. So, gotta understand that Constitution, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna move on. We're gonna move on. This is important what I'm about to say. So let's lock in. Let's pay attention for a moment, okay? 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, this is what Fit pointed out to me earlier today, and that's kind of like my jaw kind of dropped. MDMR requested drone UAS support after early software issues delayed launch. An officer was brought in with additional drones. 2 flights were flown over roughly 0.1 square mile search areas near the island's last known position. Kiwi lady, I don't either, but unfortunately he has the right to say it. I don't like it either. Because technically you would think how hard he is on black people, he wouldn't even want to use that word. That word should be beneath him, and he should be like, like my grandpa. It should be. But do y'all get what I'm saying right here? 2 flights were flown over 0.1 square mile search. What Fit was explaining to me is they needn't even get past basically 1/10 of the island with the drones. And when you say software issue, I'm not gonna lie, I have drones. In my 7 years operating and owning drones, I've never had a software issue. Not saying it can't happen, because it is technology. But the only software issue you can really have with a drone is that it needs an update. And if it needs an update, until you get Wi-Fi, it ain't finna do shit. The drones basically just did a little loop-de-loop. Mind you, a drone should have been able to get across that whole island with one battery. All right, okay, let's do a little research, because Fit was doing this. How many square miles is Horn Island? Okay, we see the answer up here. Yeah, we're gonna use AI. You can use Wikipedia, blah 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 blah, or whatever, right? But it's 4.2 square miles. They did 0.1 square mile. Mama Bear, kinda. They just threw that bitch up there and made it come back down. It was like, oh, the battery swole. Let me put it to y'all this way. Matter of fact, hold on. It said what time? Because the heat of the day is not until 3 o'clock, or is it 2 o'clock? Heat of the day is 3 o'clock? So if they started at 9 a.m. and they went to 1 p.m., they didn't even get to the heat of the day. I don't know how old Chuck the Builder is. I know he lame as hell. So point one. Yeah, not one square mile. 0.1. 10, 11, 12, 1 for 4 hours. I want y'all to think about that. For 4 hours. Matter of fact, I want to do this. Golly, my fingers keep twisting up. Lord, July 5th. 2026. This should be recorded information. So we can conduce that it was 73 degrees to 91 degrees. Now, can the drone overheat as it got to the heat of the day at 3 o'clock at 91 degrees? Yes. Was it going to overheat in 79 to 85 degrees? Very highly unlikely that it does it to each battery. So again, I'm speaking from experience. I wish RD was in here too, because he'd be able to help vouch for me as well. But like a drone can cover, okay, put it this way. A drone can go 60 miles per hour. Okay? Because they would be using the DJI Mavics, the Mavic Pros. They go between 40 and 60 miles per hour. All right. Now, if they're doing search efforts, they're probably going 30, 40 miles per hour, but you're also in the air. You cover a lot more distance in the air than you would on ground searching for something, okay? So for them to only get what you said fit 64 acres in a drone is easy. Like, that's what I'm saying. They could have searched that whole entire island with one drone with one battery, and then they could have cycled through 3, 4, or 5 batteries like they said they had. There's no way all of those overheat. That was put in the report that it kept overheating every single time. That's just, it's not possible. So 64 acres out of 3,000 acres. Think about that. All right, kinfolk. 64 acres is what they searched. There was 3,014 acres that they needed to search. That's not even 10%. Right, they would have a DJI. I'll show you. Do y'all want me to show y'all what a DJI Mavic Pro is? And I'm gonna use the first edition. We're not even gonna use the new ones. We're gonna use the old ones. The new ones are even more like they are faster, better. They don't have battery problems at all because they fixed those issues in the newer models. This model came out like 2015, 16ish. So flight time 27 minutes per battery, no wind. So if there's wind, that's why I said 20 minutes. Range up to 4.3 miles. 4.3 miles in a drone is pretty fucking far, kinfolk, is it not? That's a pretty good distance, right? At the high though, T-Cam, at the high it's at 100 degrees. Again, they would have new Mavic Pros. The battery would not be affected by the heat at that point. And they stopped by 1 p.m. They started at 9 a.m. and they only searched 64. So you're telling me from 9 a.m. to 9:30, you were only able to get the drone up one time, and all other 5 batteries. They can lie to someone who's ignorant and doesn't understand how that technology works. You can't lie to me, because I've flown drones in Miami, I've flown drones in Tampa, I've flown drones in LA, I've flown drones in Nevada, in Death Valley, and we never had a problem, especially with the newer ones. So you're telling me they had a problem in Mississippi? It's hard for me to believe that. Like Death Valley, what do y'all agree? Do y'all think Death Valley or Mississippi is hotter? Let me see the kinfolk, and let me see if y'all actually still up. Because I think y'all sleep on y'all phones right now. Because I see 3 people talking to me right now. Maybe 4. It was law enforcement. MDMR requested drone UAS support. That is not a civilian. I mean, unless you want to say volunteers, but that's MDMR requested drone. So what's UAS? Let's see what UAS is. What is UAS? Okay, that's just a drone. It's an unmanned drone. I mean, I guess you could say it's civilians because it's volunteers for MDMR. Okay, y'all saying Death Valley is hotter. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like literally hot as shit. Okay? So I think they're bullshitting about the drones, and then regardless, you should have been able to get a lot done from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And that's not an opinion, that's me damn near like, and then 5 batteries? You go through 5 batteries. Because the drone itself doesn't overheat, it's the battery itself that overheats. So 5 of your batteries, you have 5 bad batteries and a software issue. That's why when kinfolk sent me this message, this one over here, when it talks about I carefully read the report at that part. Yeah, it's just that it doesn't make sense for me based on my experience. Again, could it be different? Sure. Am I going to believe it without seeing actual facts and evidence? Like if they, and again, we'll never get this information, but I would love if they would submit the actual information for us to look at it. But that seems just a tad bit weird for me. Just a tad bit. Okay. 12:30. The Admiral Dewey returned to the mainland to refuel. Another MDMR vessel and crew remained near the island's northwest tip. Continued drone searches. 6 p.m. MDMR assisted the JCSO command post established at Lake Mars Pier and sent a patrol vessel to conduct sonar surveys of the island's northwest tip. The surveys were inconclusive and were terminated early due to adverse weather. Now, I can't speak to the weather on July 5th. I can't speak to that. Maybe they waited too late with the sonar, and then the weather started kicking up, and that's the reason why they weren't able to get a ping. But sonar should have picked up something if the body was, let's say, underwater because of a whirlpool or had sunk or any of the crazy nut job theories that they're trying to come up with, then we would have easily been able to see that. Okay. And guys, if you want to know what I'm reading, if you want to read it with me, just click the link in my bio and it'll get you to my YouTube. All right. At 6 p.m. Oh, we already read that. Additional search notes. My bad. Additional search assets noted in the report over the following days included the National Park Service, multiple Jackson County vessels, the Biloxi Fire Department, a Civil Air Patrol plane, a Jackson County helicopter, and numerous privately owned boats and crews. The father didn't see him at all either. They didn't find him until the next day. At the request of Jackson County investigators, MDMR officers obtained consent from 2 boat owners connected to the group that had been on the island July 4th and extracted GPS chart plotter data from their vessels to help narrow the search area. I call crap all 5. So can I ask y'all a question? This confused me, and maybe I'm getting slightly sleepy. I don't feel sleepy, but maybe my brain is starting to tap out. It says, at the request of Jackson County investigators, MDMR officers obtained consent from 2 boat owners. Who are the 2 boat owners? What's up, DJ? Again, we know the tide line, the Triton, the Palm Beach, right? What's up, Roger? But my question is, who were the 2 boats that were there the next day? Was it just the Palm Beach and the Triton couldn't have been there? It wasn't in the water, so it could have been a Palm Beach. I don't think Bart would have been there though. That's how they keep doing this anonymous name. Yeah, normally they give you names, but you know, I get it. So I can't confirm that it's Bart this day. This is a completely different day. You know? So we know it could be the Palm Beach because the Palm Beach was still in the water, but whose boat would it have been? So I can assume that it's Bart's boat. Yeah, this is the next day. I can assume it's Bart's boat, but I'm saying, what are the 2 boats though? And they wouldn't need the GPS data from any other boat other than Bart's boat, the Triton, which is Wyatt's boat, the Palm Beach, and the other 2 or 3 boats listed in the report. So if those boats weren't the same boats that were there the next day, the only boat that would have been consistent was the Palm Beach. And I don't even know that they took the Palm Beach because it said, I think that Warren took his dad's boat. Him and his dad took their boat. So this is a completely different boat. So how are you pulling a GPS off a boat that wasn't even there the day before? You get what I'm saying? Why are the kids looking for him and not their parents with them? They are everybody's parents is out there. Nolan's parents is out there. Warren's parent is out there. Now, whether it's the dad or stepdad, I'm not sure. But I know they said they took either the dad or stepdad's boat out there. They didn't say the Palm Beach unless the Palm Beach is, from our understanding, that's not it. So was that the boat that Warren actually brought. And you remember, because we were saying that the other day, with like, okay, well, wait, was it that? You know what I'm saying? So not sure. So both drones had software issues. I heard it was, yep. They had software issues, or the batteries were overheating. All right. Warren said they sent them back. I have to go watch the interview now. Again. All right, Vessel 1. Data showed the vessel departing at residence near El Camino. Okay, here we go. El Camino Railroad at 9:56 on July 4th. Arriving at the west tip at 11:14. Remained stationary with GPS roughly 11:15 to 4:30. Then departing the island beginning at around 7:47, and its last data point recorded at 7:59, which goes to the police report. The unit was later powered on intermittently over the following days as officers accessed it for investigation. Vessel 2, a separate ADM file containing waypoint data was also extracted from a second vessel for cross-reference. Officers converted extracted data into GPX format and overlaid it on satellite imagery to build a timeline of the vessel's movement relative to the last search area. You see how it never tells you, though. Witness follow-up. Investigators followed up with several individuals who may have had contact with Wells or been near the island that day. One individual initially reported to have been on Horn Island, told investigators she had been on a nearby Petit Boy Island with a different group and had not seen or spoken with Wells in over a year. Investigators also attempted to contact with several other names associated with Wells, with mixed success reaching them. By this point, JCSO had formally taken the investigation, with MDMR continuing in a supporting role. So they basically booted their ass out, the main role at that point. Name of the private individuals, friends, boat owners, and the others witness identified in the report. So the second boat is Bart's boat. So Bart was out there the second day, it seems like, as well, but he didn't have any GPS data because they don't provide it. They provide the GPS data to us in the first one, but not the second one. Anybody find that curious? So, I really don't know how to feel about that. They did do the GPS, but we never got GPS data. Oh, RG RSG. Quick question: You work in film. Have you ever worked with a drone? I want to get y'all a second opinion from somebody that works in production if he's worked with drones. If he hasn't worked with drones, then I'll drop the question. Okay. In the older form of the DJI Maverick Pros, the batteries would overheat, but it would still take a lot. True or false? And then as they got to the Maverick 2, the 3, and now what is it, the 4 or the 5, the Maverick Pros, the batteries are a lot more durable now. Like you could say that they almost don't overheat now, even in extreme heat. Correct? Would you agree with me, or would you disagree with me? Right, there are so many, but the batteries are way better than what they were when it started with the original Mavic Pro. Correct? Early versions, though, it was that typical. Right, but we can probably assume that by 2026, a lot of the Maverick Pros are gone, obsolete, trashed, crashed, don't work anymore. Batteries are discontinued, etc., etc. Had to use a rag to remove. Yeah, completely. But like, we can agree probably now they at least have the threes, especially if it's an organization like the MDMR, the police department, Cajun Navy, whomever would probably have around at least the 3. At least I would think. Now that's me assuming. I don't think anybody would have the original Mavics anymore unless you're like a consumer. But see, this is the second person that has experience. I would assume something up to date, right? Especially if you're trying to find people, you don't want to deal with issues. How often do you have software issues with any of the drones? Like out of 100 like percent, how often do you have software issues with any of the drones? Captain Kirk, I agree. 5 batteries is insane. It's just it doesn't make rational sense to me. As of recent years, not as much. It's usually human error. So for you to have software issues and battery issues with a fairly to new, other times it can be the interface. I agree with you on interface, but that's I don't know necessarily. Like the only time I really notice it's a software issue is that the drone needs an update, and so DJI won't let you put up their drones without having an update. Now that could be a software issue if it needed an update. Electromagnetic interference in the air. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I can't determine that. I can't determine if there was any interference. If there are other ways having an area, right? I can't determine that. So we can give credence to that. If they didn't have cell service, probably not. Great point. Great point. But I can't rule it out. So maybe that would be the only thing, but the battery still wouldn't make sense. So I'm up, but I'm at work. I drive forklift, so I can't chat much. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. So that's where this, for me, is just, it's iffy. Okay, let me ask you one more question, RSG. Yes, and you typically use is always to have your batteries on charge so they're always ready. Right. See, yeah, I know you work in production because you already know about what is it? Charge station, battery station. You want to already have your shit set up. So yeah, I agree with you. Usually now they have little systems inside of your trucks that you can set up and put everything, backups for your backups. Right. Here's my last question. 64 acres for a drone is what, 5 minutes? Do you think an island with 3,000 acres, you could cover that island with a drone going about 30 miles per hour with one, max 2 batteries? Now I want him that, because this is an independent person. I do not know him in real life. I would like to, since you're in the same world as me, but that's probably gonna be my last question I'm gonna ask him, and I want to see what he says. You know, because in my opinion, you could probably cover that island. You could get that drone down in search mode. I honestly feel like with 2 batteries max, and that's probably doing it 1.5 times just because of how much area you're covering. Because you have the surrounding water, I'm assuming they might want to peep while they're there. Okay, I respect that. So the water would, okay, so 3. Doesn't the wind affect the drone? It did the earlier ones, the new ones not as much, but you're getting 27 minutes on a battery. Really, I think they're longer now too, but that 27 gets cut down to like 15-20 minutes. You're getting a good 20 minutes per battery. What's up, Brittany? Boy, y'all hung tight on both sites. I got 100 on YouTube and 100 on TikTok. You guys are dope. So it's just hard for me to believe certain things. If I was ignorant to these things, it would be easy to fool me. And I kind of think that's what is being done here. And maybe I'm just being pessimistic. I would hope that they're lying, but it's just like a lot of issues. And then they use sonar. And again, I don't discredit the sonar because I don't know if the weather did affect the sonar. Again, I know sonar is pretty strong, but I know bad weather can change it a lot. Because again, interference. There's a lot of things that can happen. So I believe someone's going to talk, and they'll give them immunity. But see, here's the issue: is who's going to talk if there's no pressure from law enforcement? I think that's the problem that we had. My brother is an engineer. He said same thing too. Like what? Same thing like what? Just be a little bit specific more for me so I know. Cause it's a little broad. But yeah, you have to. The police have to actually. The detectives have to put some type of pressure. Why not the Coast Guard called in? I thought this was federal land. Am I wrong? It technically is supposed to be. I think the Coast Guard was involved, but I think there were multiple entities there because MDMR started it. It got passed off to Jackson County investigators. I guess I don't see anything about the Coast Guard. I'm talking to text, so I don't know how to reach. Oh, you're good. So I don't know if the Coast Guard, I would have that. Let's see. Was the Coast Guard, which they should have been, because when he made the report, Warren, he made it to the Coast Guard. Was the Coast Guard involved in Nolan Wells search? Ooh, I cannot spell. Ooh. No, because I'm reading this. This says Coast Guard, but this, I believe, is the Cajun Navy. I don't think the Cajun Navy is not a Coast Guard. Bart's boat was a 24-foot Talon, contained only manual logged waypoints. Right, like his boat is missing all the information, which is why I said, son, if you didn't do anything, you look extremely weird. No, I don't think Coast Guard got involved, did they? I don't think so. I think that article I just read was getting Coast Guard mixed up with the Cajun Navy, which some people have. Some people think the Cajun Navy is the actual Navy, and it's not. And that's okay, because I mean that's easy to believe that, if I hear the Cajun Navy, when I first heard it, I thought it was like part of the, our government too, and I had to actually look it up, and find out that it wasn't. Kept in within connections, right? And then Jackson County took over the investigation, told MDR not to step out of it, but like, hey, y'all assisted. They are all retired Navy. Respect. Thank you, T-Can. I appreciate that. I appreciate that information. I know they're volunteers. I know they're an independent entity, and I know they're not a government agency or body. So I'm aware of that much. But beyond that, this is my first time ever hearing about Cajun Navy. I know Florida, I think everything goes around the Coast Guard here in Florida. So, does it say the police report who found Nolan? I don't think they gave us that information. Coast Guard officials do more. That's why they don't want them cadaver dogs on those boats. Well, I think the Cajun Navy were the ones that were offering the dogs, but I know they originally went to the boys and wanted to search the boats, and they said no. They were not willing to do that, and then they went to Ben Crump and the family and asked them, and they just never responded. Which again, I don't know why you would ask the victim's family what they want when that's kind of rhetorical. Like, no, we don't want you guys to not do your job. We don't want you guys to do as much independent research as possible. Of course, like, again, don't waste my time. Get out of my face. Kind of pissing me off. But that to me should have been the police's call immediately, and it wouldn't have been shit for the police or the detectives to go straight to the judge and ask them for a warrant like that. People. Like that's the thing, is like, even though it's our constitutional right, it ain't shit to get a warrant. Like, you can deny the police in your house, but it ain't shit for them to go step right outside of your yard, call the judge up, have the fucking prosecutor go to the judge and tell the judge what's going on, and the judge just signs a piece of paper, sends it over electronically. Now they in your front door, and now you ain't got no choice. So again, do we have that right? Yeah. Can it be very easily exploited as well and taken away from you? Yeah. So they probably thought we would just accept the documents as is and move on. I've thought that too. Coast Guards would smell if Nolan was there. Well, they're gonna smell if Nolan is there regardless. I think it's more like, is there a scent? Because again, this is where I'm stupid. So let me back up. I'm assuming a cadaver dog specifically can smell the body of a deceased person, thus it being a cadaver dog. Now that's just me using common sense, using my keywords and context clues, but I would assume that, and they refused that altogether. They refused regular dogs and they refused the cadaver dogs. So they have to be protecting Bart, because I'm not gonna lie to you. Again, can I arrest you because your GPS coordinates aren't locking in? No. But would I be like, hey, Bart, do you mind coming downtown to answer some additional questions? Because, like, what's going on with your GPS data? Okay, we're going to confiscate this boat now, because now we're finna take it in for forensics. That, if I was a lead detective and I had the ability to seize your property, which I would be able to with a warrant, because, again, the GPS coordinates not being accurate or not being available to me now gives me probable cause under the law to get a warrant. Do y'all think I'm stretching it a little bit, or am I telling the truth? And y'all can tell me. I don't think I'm stretching the truth by saying that I would have a right to get a warrant to be able to seize the boat for further investigation. Not all boats around here have GPS connected to them. It's not built into the boat. That did, though. Tide line does, though. And actually, from what I know, any vessel that's 20 feet or more, they don't have a black box, but they have GPS. Because if you get lost in the middle of the water, how you gonna tell the people where you at if you don't have some type of... Yeah, I can understand like a fisher boat. I think you're right. Like on a little fishing boat, yeah, but a 20 foot, 22 footer, 24 footer. And plus, I'll say this too, T-Can. They had a Garmin system on top of it. The Garmin system is GPS. So it had GPS, and they were able to pull GPS from it. It just didn't give them any information. So that lets me know it was altered or tampered with. And we know the GPS data or the GPS coordinates were tampered with on the Triton, because they even said this boat was at here over here because y'all gave these coordinates, but it's saying that y'all never left until 4:30, but we clearly, when you called at 4, have you over here 3 football fields away. So we know they tampered with it with one. So if they tampered with it with one, then they tampered with the other one. They also lied and said the Palm Beach was there the entire time. The Palm Beach left when they left. And then they said it was only 3 boats, and then now Cajun Navy said no, it's 4 boats, and it might be 6 boats, but we know for a fact it was 4. So those are just so many reasons for a detective, or at least one with integrity, to take everybody in and start questioning them. I truly don't understand the rationale of why they didn't. They was asking Crump about searching boats that he don't even own. What was the purpose? Distraction. Sinking boat, going down in real time. Someone should have came out on the water and checked for them to confirm. Sounds reasonable. Any further investigation of the D of my so-called friend brother, right? When they interviewed, they only spoke on boats with kids. See, I need you separate. I don't need y'all together. I need y'all independently by themselves. And that's the thing too, is again, we're so far removed from the situation, kinfolk. The part that I had the biggest question is, when did people actually start accusing them of unaliving Nolan? Obviously, I don't think an attorney would ever release the information of when, because I think that would be against their ethics. But the first question I would want to know is, when were the attorneys actually retained? Second question I want to know is when people actually started blaming them as if they did take Nolan Wells' life. Why is the Ranger anonymous? I don't think he's anonymous. I think he went on Nancy's show when Tatum dropped those interviews. Well, I think it had to be before Tatum dropped the interviews because they said, "Oh, why aren't you guys looking for Nolan?" And this was like the next day. It had to be the next day. Yeah, it had to been July 5th, and it was reported that they said, "Well, why? Y'all already think we killed him anyway." You know, I know the discussion is about Nolan, but don't let it slip that an hour and a half north of where this happened in Jackson, a woman was found. Yep. Unfortunately, yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. God rest her soul. And the young man last year that was found in the middle of the college campus with no cameras facing this way that dripped himself out. They lured up the very next morning. See, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If the threats came first and then they lured up, I would say that's reasonable. But if they lured up first and then the threats came after, then that's suspicious. It was off how they didn't seem worried about him. I mean, it said today, and I put this in my last video, that they said they were crying on the island today. They were highly emotional, but Warren was perfectly fine in his interview for what seemed to be 3-4 hours of an interview. Well, shit, the interview itself is 2 hours, but I know with interviews, when you cut all that shit down and cut all the schlindack out of it, it's like that shit was probably like 4 hours long. Not even offering to take the family out on the boat to. Well, they were already out, but you're right. They didn't even offer because they were already out, and they didn't even know that the family was going to be out. So you are right about that, RS. See, RSG, you'll understand when I say this, right? This, in my opinion, and you tell me how you feel about it. These are scripts that we look for when we want to make a film because it just has so many turns that you would never expect, that you just know that the audience is gonna love. And I'm separating, but the audience would love this in the movie theater. Like you would dream for this script. Like this is the perfect script, Hollywood blockbuster, bestseller, probably Oscar nominated, if not a potential win. Not this next coming season because of the Odyssey, but this is the type of shit that you look for because it's what we call, if you almost put it in the movie, people would almost probably not believe the script because it's just so crazy. But the fact that if you could pull it off in an actual movie and get to the end of it, it would be, it's just such a crazy story. Yeah, he said yes. Like this is the shit that we. Right, it's layers. It's not one dimensional. It's like, oh my God. And then if it really gets into like there is power corruption going on with all this shit, it makes it an even more thicker story. Like there wouldn't be a Hollywood studio that wouldn't greenlight this shit and like that. Again, not saying that it should be, but I'm just saying if this didn't have an actual real name attached to it and it was just somebody's imagination that put this on a piece of paper and pitched it to the studio, it's greenlit. Probably crying now because it is not going away and they're seeing the rough road ahead. Oh no, I don't think they cried. It's like months of pre-production and independent research. Shit, maybe a year, maybe a good ass year. Like this, like you don't find scripts like this. Like this is better than Infinity War, Endgame, Spider-Man, Doomsday. Again, shit, it might be better than the Odyssey. Hell, this is I'm gonna give y'all a comparison. This is damn near on par with Four Color Girls. Four Color Girls is a movie. Again, y'all probably gonna disagree with me. Four Color Girls is probably the only movie that I think Tyler Perry should have got nominated, if not won an Oscar for, because of how fucking dark and a roller coaster that you went on, and when you come to find out it's a real freaking story. You know what I'm saying? Like this is still stronger than Four Color Girls by far. This is stronger than Notebook. This is stronger than what's another good ass movie that just has so many twists and turns in it that you're just, this is better than Django. This is better than The Hateful Eight. This is better than Godfather. This is like, yeah, this is, well, yeah, it's definitely better than One Battle After the Next. Like, there's so many movies. Like, this would probably go down in history as a top 3 movie just based on the storyline and the plot. If you'll do a movie, it'd be like Watergate. I think this is crazier than Watergate. I think the two things that would be the craziest stories ever is currently how our country has been going with like everything that's going on in our country, and I'll just keep it loose like that. And then this story still beats what I probably bet you that this story beats out what's going on in the country right now. As a writer, I wouldn't put that line in there for no reason. Right. Warren did say we've been planning this trip for, I didn't even see that. Yeah, definitely would be better than Watergate. And I hate to say that, like, I don't like to be desensitized to things, but when you just look at it for what it is, I cannot put anything in comparison to it. Did you see his movie Jazzman Blues, So Powerful? No, I didn't see it. There are more. On top of that, the mother is now being investigated at work due to anonymous complaint. Well, that got dropped, but yeah, that was still crazy too. It's a black version. I Know What You Did Last Summer. See, yeah, my mentor was telling me, he was like, you need to go watch that movie, because he's like, this literally reminds me of I Know What You Did Last Summer. I've never watched it, but you know what? Now I'm gonna go see where if it's on streaming. Like this, when they do the documentary, I know, that's why I said Miss Wells needs to go ahead and copyright her son's name, her husband's name, her kid's name. That way nobody can steal her story and run off with it. Excuse me, because I don't think she should ever tell this story. It obviously is her prerogative on what she wants to do. But I would tell Netflix, it's $1 billion for you to get this story up off me. Like, it's $1 billion for you to get this shit up off me, because I know what kind of money it would make. I'm like, if you want this story, it's $1 billion. It's $1 billion for my pain. And you know what I'm saying? So, but I just wouldn't just off that. And as a parent, I wouldn't. Again, I'm not going to judge her for doing it, but you're going to give me $1 billion for the rights of it. Because y'all could abuse. Like, this is stronger than OJ's story. This is stronger than Casey Anthony's story. This is stronger than what's that shit? Waco, Texas. That shit is stronger than 9/11. That shit is. There's probably only, I don't know if there's a documentary that would beat this either. So you can make it actual scripted, and you can make this unscripted, and it's still the biggest shit that I've never, at least in my lifetime, I've never witnessed something this fucking crazy. That's why it's like, damn, if we're really fucking crazy, and I don't believe any of us are, but if we are fucking crazy, then we just went into a loophole, and it's still even a crazy story like that the day the internet went crazy. But all of us are not stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would bring it to the White House, people mouth would, oh, yeah, like, oh, wow, right. That was stupid. Then they try to make Ben look like the bad guy. Listen, feel how you feel about listening to the R channel for days. In my experience on sets with the walkie in my ear for sometimes 8 to 9 hours a day, they had walkies. We in the worst time. Like, yeah, we definitely are, bro. We definitely are. That's if you find someone that would tell the storyline behind the case. Shit, you wouldn't even need to. If I'm being keeping a buck. Did you watch the TV series Your Honor? No, I didn't hear about that. Linguini Falali. I don't even know what that is. It was a book based off of a true story in New Mexico where I live. Nolan making history right now on what's going on in Mississippi. He is. It was a book based off of a true story in New Mexico where I live about a white tea girl. Your Honor is good. I haven't heard of that either. It's better than When They See Us. I fuck with Ava DuVernay, but I I stay away from all her movies. I fuck with her as a person. And I'm not saying she's a bad director at all. I would never discredit any of my colleagues in the film industry. However, I cannot watch any of her shit. And it's because of what it would mentally do to me. Like, that would rile up a different type of anger in me. And especially not right now. Definitely not right now. When I looked it up the other day, Nolan means champion, famous, noble. Well, he's definitely champion. This is the series How to Get Away with Murder. This is crazier than any of that. Definitely it's heavy. So, anyway, guys, it's late. It's 4 o'clock where I'm at. We've been thugging it. We're still not done because I only got through a little bit of it. We still got to figure out. My main thing I want to figure out, and I'm going to try to research this, and I'll probably be back on a little bit later tomorrow, probably like around 10 or 11 maybe. But we have to figure out, and I'll probably be on TikTok. I don't know if I may hop on YouTube too, but we have to figure out if we can find some proof about them being at Ava's house. If it's not Ava's house, then we need to figure out whose house it was. Have you seen One Spoon of Chocolate? I have not. You're awesome. Love your energy breakdown, open research. Thank you, Virgo. I do appreciate it. I try to do this as much as I can. I have time and not let it affect my little kiddo. But yeah, we stay diligent, keep looking, keep working, and try to get it. See, RG, you understand those 18-hour days. I'm already conditioned to be able to stress my body the fuck out day after day and do shit like this. So, you know, right now I'm more in director producer seat right now, waiting for my first feature film to get out of post. So I'm kind of in my standby stage anyway. So yeah. Do you know the woo 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 are buying masks that look like black people now? Look it up. That's wild. Hot, honest, open, transparent. My brain is tired, but the case has me heated. I'm in between jobs. Right. Good vibes to you on the grind. To you too, brother. We're gonna have to meet up, do coffee or something. I don't want to ask you where you're at right now, but well, we definitely. Did you find me on YouTube or did you find me originally on TikTok? If you find me on TikTok, message me on TikTok. I want to link in with you, bro. I'm in LA. It's a big little town. Yeah, I love LA, bro. I can't wait to go back at some point. I had to move out of LA in order to actually get some actual projects done because LA used to eat me up. All right, well, I'm going to have to figure out how to get in contact with you, brother. I'm going to have to figure out how to get in contact with you. But everyone, love you for coming in, stopping with us. We almost hit 2,000 views on YouTube. That is amazing to hit damn near 2,000 views. I definitely will say this probably broke a metric for me. So God bless you all. I thank you all. Thank you, TikTok, for staying in here, rocking out 100 deep all the time. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for all the shares. Thank you for the subscribe. If you haven't subscribed on YouTube, before you leave, make sure you like the video. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification for all. And I will see you all later today. Get you some rest and good night. What's my YouTube? It's the link in my bio. Check the link in my bio. The link in the bio is how